I've never seen a diamond in the flesh. I cut my teeth on wedding rings in the movies, and I'm not proud of my address. In a torn up town, no postcode envy, but every song's like gold teeth, gray goose tripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dreams, but everybody's like crystal, Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece, jet planes, islands, tigers on a gold leash. We don't care. We aren't caught up in your love affair, and we'll never be royals. It don't run in our blood. That kind of luck just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy. My friends and I, we've cracked the code. We count our dollars on the train to the party, and everyone who knows us knows we're fine with this. We didn't come for money, but every song's like gold teeth, gray goose tripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dreams, but everybody's like crystal, Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece, jet planes, or tigers on a gold leash. We don't care. We aren't caught up in your love affair, and we'll never be royals. It don't run in our blood. That kind of luck's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. I'm bigger than I ever dreamed. And we'll never be royals. It don't run in our blood. That kind of luck's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule.
Hello, Joni here. I have a Rotten Kingdom exclusive. Everyone doesn't want to miss this. So here we go. I have with me our Puny Citizen. You may remember her from January 6th, where she was live in front row and came and talked with us. And she's back with some more information. And I have here, I'm gonna share the picture here in a second, just so you know I'm actually holding it like $1 million.
It's great.
I have here the report on Biden laptop by Marco Polo, the actual, tell us, what is all this? It's got photographs, papers, yes. It's the whole laptop.
Yeah, well, it's not just the laptop.
Okay.
Hunter synced his laptop with his iPhone, with his iPad. So it was everything.
It's at least what, 2
600
inches thick?
Yeah, it's over 676 pages. And at the very beginning, you'll see that several CISA officials, which we're going to
That's
talk
what we're
about
gonna
today,
talk about, right?
and FBI, former FBI, analyzed all the data and said this is totally authentic. This is the Hunter Biden laptop. So,
Okay. So this
they
leak
printed it.
So they did. So
Yeah.
they're officially coming on because they could get in a lot of trouble for this
Well,
if it's not real.
they're being, yes, and they're being sued by Hunter, and so they had enough intelligence knowing that they were going to be sued. So
Right.
the
So they
gentleman,
pulled the kill switch, which
the-
nobody does.
the gentleman set up a non-for-profit so that when they sue,
All the
it won't touch him personally.
Excellent.
Okay,
so your
so-
money to buy this book went into this
The nonprofit to go against
I love
Hunter. Yes,
That's fucking brilliant.
Marco
Okay.
Polo, everybody.
Marco Polo.
Yeah, yes.
I
Let's
love
get it
it.
around the world.
Okay, so I'm going to send it to my computer and then I'll pull it up to show that everybody can see.
Sure.
Actually,
And
yeah.
you can actually go to the website, the Hunter Biden laptop report, Marco Polo, and get yourself your own copy. I encourage every American to go to Marco Polo's and get their $60 copy and educate yourself
Okay.
about what's
Okay.
going on with the Biden family.
Okay, so I'm going to send it to my computer and I'll share it in a minute. Okay,
Okay.
so set that over there so I don't,
Okay.
it doesn't, well, you want to put it somewhere, it's not going to get messed up.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So that'll be fun. You'll have to let me borrow that
Yeah.
if you don't
Yeah.
mind. And
Talk about some rabbit holes.
so that just I think me and my friends would enjoy just reading it together.
Yes,
Because
I absolutely
we read
agree.
I find 9/11 stuff.
Yes.
Like I have to collect it. Books,
Yes,
right? Because everybody's got these own different. It's very interesting
right.
to see the difference. And that was just my picture going.
Okay.
And we've shared those. I go
Yes.
and I'll share those. I think
Yes, so
would
reading
you guys
it aloud.
not really like to see the Hunter Biden?
Yeah, you can actually
laptop?
do an audio book version and read it to your audience
Yeah.
page by page so
That's what
they
I
can
like to
hear.
do.
That would be
Yes.
kind of like a little side series in your playlist on your
I
channel.
can do that. A book by
Yeah.
chapter by chapter.
Yes.
Email, message by message.
Yes.
I want to say hi to Ulick and Angel. Angel, I know that I'm just a fan of your videos, but for some reason I was randomly thinking of, because you had posted a couple things lately, I tagged you. So I hope that's okay. I think you're the only one out there that I tagged. They didn't actually know personally, but she's a great channel is what I'm saying. If you're not subscribed to Angel, you should be. You would like her.
Yes.
And that's what made me think she's right on the money as well.
Awesome.
So okay, so now Hunter Biden, we've done that. So now we're going to go into why you're even here. So you called me, you had some information, and every time you call me, I'm like, I wish everyone could hear what you're saying. So I said, stop talking and get your butt over here.
Yes.
Why it's fresh on your mind with where you're caught up. So you're catching me up in the story. We haven't seen you in a couple, 2 or 3 months, I think it's been.
Right.
Okay. So a Puny Citizen was at January 6th. She's a veteran. You could just tell a little bit about yourself.
Okay, so and this is pivotal to where this whole story is going.
Yes.
So in the military, in the Army, I served as the satellite communications person for the Patriot missile system, and worked side by side with Raytheon contractors in different parts of the world, and various militaries, foreign militaries. And oftentimes we were almost like a sales rep for Raytheon.
Sure.
Right? They would have us set up our little system and bring foreign contractors in there. And so anyway, I initially got my training at Fort Gordon, and to get an idea, an appreciation, if you wouldn't mind sharing with your viewers
The Fort Gordon.
yes, we're gonna go to this page, and
Okay,
it's called the Home is Signal. The Home is Signal Intelligence, right?
So this is the Wikipedia, Fort Gordon. This was the place you got your training.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us the year that you went into the Army.
I was October 1st, 1991.
Okay. So you've been around a minute.
Yes.
Right.
So, if you read through this, it's very, why don't you read to your audience in case they can't see?
Okay. So it says, so Camp Gordon, which is now Fort Eisenhower, formerly known as Fort Gordon and Camp Gordon, is a United States Army installation established southwest of Augusta, Georgia in October of 1941. It is the current home of the United States Army Signal Corps, United States Army Cyber Command, and the Cyber Center of Excellence, as well as the National Security Agent, Central Security Service, Georgia Cryptologic Center, or NSAG.
Yes.
Let's not forget their whatever the acronyms. It was once the home of is that
Provost Marshal General
School and Civil Affairs School. The Fort Eisenhower is one of the largest U.S. Army installations in the world, with more than 16,000 military service members and 13,500 civilian personnel assigned to it. And one of the major components is advanced individual training for Signal Corps military occupational specialists. Signals intelligence has become more visible and compromises more and more of the post's duties. So explain what that is. This is what you were doing. You went into the Army, and this is where you were trained and where you went into the world.
Yes.
Okay. And you were in a couple. Were you in one?
I was in the Gulf War.
The Gulf War.
And
in the Army.
5 years.
Okay.
So, we were sent to Saudi Arabia. I was in Riyadh to defend the Saudi Arabian Air Force Base. So that was our mission. But getting back to this.
Yes.
Okay, I think by reading the Wikipedia page, you can start to see how important this installation is to the world.
To the world, yes,
okay?
Clearly.
And it's in our backyard.
Right.
And it's personal to me.
Right.
Like if you were a college student and you have your alma mater and, we have this kind of tradition that we affiliate with our past, and homecoming. And so it's very true. In the military, you would see World War II veterans have their reunions, right?
Yes.
Their units.
At their core base.
Right, at their core bases. And so it's kind of part of the camaraderie. When you go to any military unit, you're trained on the history. So let's go into where it says United States Army Signal Corps.
Okay. Where is that? Right here.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to click on this.
Yes.
Oh, look at our fisties.
Yes. And it's got the lightning bolt right in the air.
Look at that. You see the signal. So now there you go.
Okay. And so go ahead and let's take a look at that.
So that's the United States Army Signal Corps, USASC, is a branch of the United States Army that creates and manages communications and information systems for the command and control of combined armed forces. So they're kind of running all the armed forces is using
communication.
This. Okay. It was established in 1860, the brainchild. I love it. We're even calling it a brainstorm of Major Albert J. Meyer. and had an important role in the American Civil War. Over its history, it has the initial responsibility for portfolios of new technologies that were eventually transferred to U.S. government entities. Such responsibilities included military intelligence, weather forecasting, and aviation. That sounds like
Yes.
weather modification.
Yes. So
and spraying operations.
Yes. So all of these things, everything, being a satellite girl, all of these things, this is my wheelhouse, right? This is my history.
You're here.
And so
I give you as a judge, I say you are an expert in this field.
Well,
I accept your credentials.
Okay, so we're kind of getting an appreciation for signal,
Okay.
right? The power
Yes.
of signal.
All right.
And so I think every American should be aware of this. This should be in everybody's wheelhouse, right? We want an educated populace.
Right. People should know. So here you are to educate us.
Yes.
It's almost as if I'm getting a behind the scenes tour. Do you know what I'm saying? Like she's defected and she's saying, here's all the stuff I know.
Well, I don't know
like
about.
You left the secretary.
I wouldn't say. I would not
books.
say that at all. I wouldn't say that I'm defective. I'm here for correction and cleansing with the light of truth.
There you go.
Okay, so I started to see some things that were escalating my concern. Okay, so I was already understanding. Well, let's go to CISA, shall we?
Sure.
Okay, I think
where you want the first tab of the government cybersecurity.
Yes.
Okay. So we had these in order.
Yes. And so what you're going to see here, and this is all part of Signal. This is all part of Fort Gordon.
Okay.
Well, now this one's IBM.
Right.
Let's go to the government one first.
Okay.
This is going to be
let's just look. This is an official website of the United. This is what they're willing to tell us.
Yes.
All right. You interpret it for us. What does it really say?
Okay. Well, it tells you a lot. Right,
assuring a safer America. Well, right out the gate, anytime they tell me like Christian Brotherhood, right, saving children or saving animals, they're actually doing the opposite. So if it says safe, it really means very dangerous.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. And so we've got, I can zoom back out and get it. It's just zoomed in. There we go. So here is just the topics. Emergency communication. So that's all of our phones going off at once. Is that that kind of stuff? These right here, I'm just going through. These are also related. I was just saying, what else did they talk about? Coordination, planning. That sounds like my phone going off. Okay, and now let's keep going. Yeah. Establishing a common governing structure for solving, what is that? Interoperability issues. What the hell does that word mean now? Okay, so that means that they're looking at the whole of government being spokes in the wheel. Yes, explain that further. The executive branch, when you start to like an octopus arm in the wheel. Yes, saying. But CISA is the hub. Center. The eye. The eye. The eye. Okay, so yes. God. So okay, yes. Right. They're working on this, right? Okay. But we want to scroll down because we really want to look at. Oh, I know what you're saying. We're going to go all the way down to the bottom for jobs. Careers. No, not on this one. What we're looking at is where do you see? There's the topic, spotlights, careers. Election. Okay. Am I not even sharing this tab? Okay, right. All right, here we go. Sorry. My bad. Elections. Election.
infrastructure.
Okay. Oh, election infrastructure. Okay. Enter.
Let's see what comes up.
I'm excited.
Um,
I'm going to go over here. Let's see if there's anybody having comments. We'll check
yes.
to see if we're even still here. Oh, excellent. Okay.
Sounds pure.
So yeah.
Yes, shock and awe.
Was this in Puny part of
Shock and awe?
right?
Yes, yes.
And
that was
good or
really
bad military is big in JY fam. Dad was Army and occupation. Uncle helped found sniper program at Fort Benning, and one brother was in the Navy, and two others are USAF retired.
right.
It's big in her family.
Yes,
it runs
and thank
in her
you.
family.
You know, and this is the thing we don't want to see. More lives lost.
Right.
Right, for what we're about to disclose. Okay, so you can also do a Google search for the 2nd annual Cybersecurity Summit.
Okay, we'll go there. Let's finish this one first. I don't want to go off it because this one's very exciting.
Well, it is.
Oh, I didn't spell it correctly.
No, it's right here. Look at this.
Okay.
Click right there.
Okay. If a helicopter flies over, I'm just kidding. She's right down the road from me. Okay. So CISA works to secure both the physical security and cyber security of systems and assets that support the nation's elections. Okay, wait a minute. Can I ask a question here?
Yes.
This is dumb American, not in military.
It's okay.
So it's to be stupid, but it's a good question because if a stupid person is asking it, other stupid people want to know.
Right. Right.
Okay. So I remember the hanging chads. That's the first time I heard the word with elections. Okay.
Right.
My age fits.
Right.
So fair. But generationally. But that was our first. And then we had the recount. Ever since I heard the word hanging chad, there has been a recount of some sort by some sort of problem in the system. Is that where we are today now? Were they always in charge? Or are they only now in charge? I guess is what I'm asking. Since our last fiasco.
They were always in charge.
So a hanging chad with ability. They've been there that whole time.
Are you talking about size, this agency?
I'm just talking about the military agency.
Okay,
they've always done that.
I don't know. I cannot attest legally. If you were to put me on the stand or have me
this is just an opinion, hypothetically.
affidavit, right?
Sure.
I'm not going to sit there and say that the military was involved with the hanging chad. Okay. But I am going to tell you what the military is doing right now.
Okay, keep going.
So this is what was the alarm bells, right? That caused what I'm about to share with you.
Okay.
So we know that CISA is running election infrastructure. Okay. So now, who is CISA? Right? So we're going to go back to this other tab.
Okay.
Oh, CISA's IBM. Oh, okay. Let's go.
I got it. I got to share this tab instead.
Yes.
So everybody can see IBM. This is the IBM website. Here. There, I saw that. Okay.
And for people who are up on their true vocabulary, fascist state is when there's no difference between the corporation and the government, right? So when you go on to IBM, and it says government,
military all over it. It's in camouflage.
It's not even camouflage. It's right in your face.
Orange vest.
Okay, anybody who will read, right? I mean, it is right there on the very smack front.
Wow.
I mean, scroll up. Let's just look.
Well, I'm back on. Do you want me to go back? We will.
No, just
I
scroll up.
want to go back to the IBM.
That's where you were.
fun.
Yeah, scroll up on this page.
Okay, I have to share this
Yes.
tab instead.
Yes.
Yes, so
Go-
you can see right there.
Government,
You can zoom
yes.
in. Government security systems ran by. Now IBM is
IBM.
like computers and phones and
Big Blue, which is a whole nother rabbit hole.
Okay, so
That's
Big
a
Blue is
whole
on the
nother.
list.
That's a whole nother.
Okay.
It's not. We're not going to fit it all in
Right.
today.
Okay, so so we know that.
Okay, so
So
now
we're
let's
going
go
back
to
our elections.
No, we're going to go now to BAE Systems.
Okay.
Home. Okay.
Want to BAE Systems. Share
Okay.
this tab instead.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So
Well, yeah, that's right, because we went. This is the page, just so I can show everybody
Right.
what we're looking at. BAE Systems.
see how it says international, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So then,
Sustainability's on there. I
right.
see.
Yes. Yes.
Stupid. Photos.
Right.
All right.
Now, a legend reborn, BA Systems, Trident. Okay, right. So we see Euro. Okay. So
Okay. So
now
we see satellites and
Right,
weather.
yes, yes.
And air. Okay.
so
we
now
see
we're going down to United States
on the careers.
careers. Yeah, we
So
want to
digital
go.
intelligence, Australia, Saudi Arabia, Sweden, careers in the UK. Just in case anybody that's
Right.
watching is interested in applying,
Right.
they know if their country is hiring. The United States here, they got their sustainability reporting and the investments.
Yes. Yes.
Get out of here.
Okay, so here we go. Find the job that inspires you.
Oh,
Now I want you to just let's zoom out for a minute.
okay, we will. We'll check out
Okay.
the page. just
Yes,
'cause
check
it's
out.
fun.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll zoom in here. This is the center section. Meaningful, empowering, or remarkable. That's a career at BAE Systems. All right. Can I read what it says here? Improving the future and protecting lives is an ambitious mission, but it's what we do at BAE Systems. A career here means using your passion and ingenuity to defend national security with breakthrough technology and intelligent solutions. It's not other countries that they're trying, it's me. They're trying to protect themselves. It's a rewarding work that truly makes a difference. And as you tackle critical projects, you'll work alongside us. But you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of right now where we're attacking China for their intelligence hack, all these hackers, that every time we help them hack something, it's actually we're killing the beast that will kill us. Isn't that interesting? All right, so we've got some Ball Aerospace and Get Tailored Jobs. Look at some of the jobs I can get.
Careers.
A
Yes.
sign-on bonus.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now keep scrolling down.
Okay.
Okay.
That's we work that makes big impact on a global
Intelligence
scale.
jobs.
92 jobs.
Let's go. Let's go, girl.
I want to work in intelligence. All right.
Keep going.
Yeah. So now they're delivering us a broad range. All right. Here are some of the jobs. So we've got open source collector, intelligence analysis. Am I looking for a specific thing? Senior full motion video, junior intelligence analyst, a SharePoint administrator. Oh my.
I mean, this goes on. So let's go type in Fort
Okay.
Gordon.
Okay, so do I in on intelligence?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're like, yeah. Fort Gordon. Oops. Oh. There
Right.
it is.
So
I thought they changed the name.
Look.
I thought they changed the name.
Well, they did, and if you
yeah,
type
but
in,
in here it still says
Says
Fort
Fort Gordon.
Gordon. That
You-
seems like those are
but-
two different places.
look, you can type in Fort Eisenhower. Type it in,
It'll be the same jobs or
and
different jobs?
it'll show it up there.
Okay, I want to know
But-
if it's the same jobs, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. It probably would be, but I'm just saying that's interesting.
Okay, so
Uh-huh.
what they were doing, right,
Okay.
is
India level 2. These are countries. These are for jobs at other countries.
right. So
Right.
look at they're hiring into
Level 2.
our directly into our military.
Okay.
right?
Right. So they're right.
They're employees for BAE Systems.
Right. That are getting hired.
And they're soldiers.
Right.
Okay. You see what I'm
What's a level 2 mean? They've
look,
already gone through training.
Look.
Right.
Scroll down.
Okay. Yeah, what's level 2 mean?
Look at this is what we cyber analyst level 2. Click on that.
Okay. That's it. Yeah, that's Fort Meade. Is that close?
That's signal intelligence.
Okay.
Right?
I got you. A level 2.
Yeah.
So what's a level 2 mean? They've already gone through the most of the training, or are they like
scroll down
spies or something? Okay. Oh,
job
yeah,
description.
Okay. Let's look. It's looking for a skilled
sig intelligence.
Okay, signal intelligence, cyber analysis. So they've already got all their training in this.
Yes.
From the military already to support our government customer.
Right. So, okay.
You were just saying when the two of them, you can't mix church and state, but clearly business and state.
Well, we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
In hand.
We're going to get
beautiful.
There.
They're not a consumer either. It doesn't say our government consumer either. I'm a consumer.
Okay.
Customer.
So
yes,
now
we
got an idea of this.
Yeah.
Now I want you to open up a whole new tab.
Okay.
Okay, let's go look at King Charles.
Okay. Design
Type
scripts,
in,
it says there.
Yes.
My goodness.
Look.
Okay, yes.
King Charles.
Okay, I'm getting over here. Uh-huh. Just give me a second.
Intelligence.
King Charles Intelligence.
And what we're going to learn is that King Charles is in charge of all UK intelligence. Oh. So when
and he works for BME,
so he's invested and is he has oversight, right? He's the King of England.
Okay, hang on, I'm getting there. King Charles. Okay, because it's gonna. Do some, and so this is going to take me a second and see if we're still live, and if anybody has been asking any questions or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, we are still live. Okay, King Charles. What else am I typing in?
Intelligence.
Intelligence. All right. Thanks, Angel, for coming by.
I haven't even gotten to the reveal.
No, it's just you listening. We're getting. That's how shadow banned we are. I take that as a personal hit, but I can't.
Right.
You know, they shut me down before. They did something really weird on my in my first day of independent stream. We talked about it. It's not misinformation now, so I don't even know what the heck that was. Nonetheless, before that, when I went to pull up the music for the intro, it asked me, my Google wants to record your screen, and I thought, what an odd. Oh, we get dogs. Oh, that's because I spelled it wrong. Okay. Okay, let me. It's going to bring us the new page. Okay. I spelled intelligence probably, or ints or something. Oh no, it's giving me information about a dog. Do you have, there's a King Charles Spaniard. So do I have to keep scrolling? Is it hidden in here? Is there a
Royal Patron of Intelligence Agencies?
Okay, there we go. All right, we'll pull it up on Spyscape. Okay.
Let's learn a little something.
Okay. I'm excited.
Yes.
This has everything in it. Oh, Karen's here. Oh, this is fabulous, Karen. You'll be glad that you
Yes.
made it. Okay, so I shared this tab. Okay, so King Charles Royal Patronage Agency has a long history with spies. A 6-minute read. Okay, and so this is, how old is this article? You know, when does this came out? When? I don't have a date. I just always like to ask that question.
Right.
Just for my own personal, how long has this information
Sure.
been out there? When did they tell us this was
Right.
happening? Okay. When did they reveal in the story
Right.
this guy? Okay, so tell me what this is basically saying without having to read this.
Well, I'm sure this goes back to, I don't know how long. I haven't researched King
Fair enough.
Charles
Right.
deep enough, but I saw recent activity.
Okay.
Right. So
you sniffed some, you smelled, picked up a whiff.
Contracts and his power over the intelligence of all UK.
Okay. So explain that a little bit further for me.
So
I'm
what
not
that
familiar with that.
means is BAE
Okay.
is answering to the king.
Okay.
You
And
understand?
the United States
is
a customer of BAE, not
yes, and running our elections.
Right.
Okay.
Continue.
So I'm trying to help people understand that the king is running our elections, but I have to help them connect the dots,
right,
and how this is happening. So I'm baby stepping us through this understanding.
You're bringing what they say receipts.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So we can see. I mean, and this would just go. I mean, read the first little paragraph.
Yes. So he's been long fascinated with secret operations and spying. He served at the Roy. This is obviously a promo piece. This isn't on a conspiracy website. They clearly are. Look, he's always like a young child.
I also noticed that, you know, I found the whole thing with Kate and the cancer thing really
well,
odd.
We've all been there.
Right?
We've been watching.
Okay, so when
we're on Where in the World is Kate Middleton?
So when her husband showed, it said that he showed up to the MI5 building, and it wasn't on the public calendar, and it wasn't with Kate. He went solo, and then the press leaked it the following day. And so the report also disclosed the long-standing relationship between the royal family and the intelligence industry. And then I was like, oh, I can't have the king running American election. Right? I mean,
in your head.
Yes. So
beautiful.
This is what, now after reviewing contracts, right? So we can go to another page.
Okay.
Now let's do a Google search for BAE Systems CISA.
Right.
Okay. So now you're gonna see
BAE Systems.
And
it's
CISA.
CIS. I mean, it's CIA with an S. SOS. Okay, I'm hitting enter. CIS. Okay. And so we're
cross-domain solutions.
All right.
Look at, they even tell you, right?
Cross-domain.
Yes, like you motherfuckers are so what?
Now, see, you are the type of people I like to listen to. I'm sick of people telling me 666.
Right.
Absolutely. I want you to give me more.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm bringing the receipts.
So this is, I'm at the page now.
Right. So this is cybersecurity cross-domain.
Let me just kind of zoom into a point where it just gets this bit of the page. Okay. What we do, our sustainability again.
Right, again. Okay. So
this is BAE Systems.
Yes. When you when you type in, right, it's going to tell you that this is running elections is a product software that they're serving and selling to the United States.
Right.
that the king is in control of,
Right.
right?
Through his love of being a spy. I am now I'm waiting for the numbers of the Matrix now. This is
Okay.
this is so
Wait till we
fucking
get to
crazy.
the Pope. Wait till how this all ties into the. Okay, so we're just getting started,
Oh.
girl.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so if you scroll down,
Okay.
right, because we want
Oh,
to
it's
see,
more.
we want to see what
What
they're
it is.
talking about when
There
it
is,
comes.
secure
Keep going.
communications. I just want to look across multiple domains and platforms. Okay, in air and in space, or mix them all. It says a mix of them all. Okay. All right, here we go. There's my X again.
Right.
We got a 7. Stop! It
Yes.
says don't go to the gateway.
Right.
Okay. We got support and services. Okay.
So they have, let me share with you.
Okay.
I'm going to share you a copy of the contract.
Okay, why don't do that. I'm just going to share this so everybody can kind of read for a second what it says there.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Future ready. Future ready. Like they're getting ready for the future. That's what buys in there. One way. Cross meet.
Let me see.
Jesus showed up with a cross. The future is ready. The enterprise level. The broad enterprise. That's swap. Well, didn't we have wife swap for a minute? It's oozing out of us. In the voting booth, from the battlefield to the voting booth to the boardroom. You can't make that shit up. It's on their page.
Right.
And I feel like such a loser for not finding this before. I look at a lot of businesses that just don't do these military ones as much. Oh man. Oh man. From the battlefield. I'm gonna make that the title. 13 days to independence. From the battlefield to the voting booth to the boardroom. We've been there all along. Oh man, that's fabulous.
Okay, let's
Revolution. It's even revolutionary. Okay, you got it? You gonna send it to me so I can pull it up, or
yes, I will send you the link.
Yeah, I have to pull. I don't know where that tab went. Oh, there it is.
There, I just sent you the link.
The book.
Ha.
Okay.
We're just getting started.
Oh this is so Mass Hole's here. Hello, Mass Hole. And let's see, it looks like remember Prince Andrew is also a BAE salesperson. Did you know that?
Say that again.
Prince Andrew,
yes,
is also a BAE salesperson.
Yes.
Very good, Ulick.
Yes.
And then he says Saudi Arabia has always been their base.
Yes.
Okay, so this again.
Yes, it's all the same wheelhouse, right?
Okay.
So let's keep going.
Okay. All right.
So I sent you a link.
Yes, you sent me the link. Okay, give me a second. That was what I was doing. I got sidetracked. My apologies.
Right. No,
everybody.
You're fine.
So I'll pull this up. I'll send it, and then I'll have to share the other screen.
Okay. Now, back to the original story. So these were the kinds of things that I was seeing that I found very disturbing, right?
Okay.
And I started thinking about, I really didn't want to take it anymore, especially I took it personally, what was happening at the place I received my training at.
Right.
And so then I called the governor, and the staff told me to contact Raphael Warnock.
And who is he?
He's our senator.
for the state of
Georgia.
Mhm.
Yes, you can
I'm getting there. Hang on just a
Google
second.
Raphael too. That'll be
Yes.
fun.
Oh, he's a douchebag.
Well,
I'm allowed to say it.
yes,
I don't
mean,
like the guy.
Look, so you just asked me who he was.
Right. I mean, that's my opinion of it. His
How did you
commercials
ask?
were so, I don't even know him, but his commercials oozed mean. I mean, I could just
Right.
smell it. It's, I
Right.
have that sense.
Yeah, but I thought it was funny you asked me who he was. But
Right.
then you
Well,
were like,
because because not everybody knows who he is.
oh,
That's what I'm not,
Okay.
I know who he is.
oh, okay.
I wanted you to say who he was. So
yeah,
for
he's
people
a
that don't live here.
Sure, yes,
Right.
he's the senator.
They don't get to enjoy his
yes.
commercials like we do.
Yes, the sitting senator of
And
Georgia.
Right. And a senator does what?
He is in the higher ranking chamber
Mhm.
within U.S. Congress, and Congress governs and has the responsibility of oversight
Okay.
of the executive branch.
And the
where
executive branch is?
that includes the State Department, Department of Homeland Security,
Business.
Department of Defense, right? Commerce, right?
Business.
On and on and on.
Executive makes me think business. He's an executive with the company. So
Well,
why wouldn't I think
the
that
executive branch is the management of the government, and
Right.
so Congress has oversight of them.
Okay.
So they make the rules and laws, and then when the federal government breaks them, they call a subpoena, right?
And that's what
And
the
they say you
judicial
have to.
department is for.
Well, Congress can recommend
Mm-hmm.
charges be brought against a person to the Department of Justice.
Okay.
So, but Congress only can make laws or dissolve them.
So
right?
the Congress makes or breaks or destroys them, dissolves
right,
them.
yeah,
And
nullifies them. yeah.
the Congress is run through the security. Is that where I got lost for a second?
Okay.
I'm trying to click too many tabs, and so I'm
Sure.
losing.
The Department of Defense, right,
Okay.
is within the executive branch, right?
Okay.
The commander in chief is the president of the United States. He is over, right, the military.
Okay.
Now, Congress having control, the House controls the budget, right?
Okay.
And so they're supposed to have oversight over the Department of Defense,
Okay.
right?
Right.
And to make sure that the military is in compliance with the laws.
Right. And that brings us back to what's his face, because
Senator
Warnock, because he is in the Congress.
He's a senator, so that gives him even more power.
How many senators does
there's only 2 per state, versus in the House it's per population.
Right. Okay.
So there's many
This
more.
is like I'm just seeing like the casinos and a
Right,
table
right.
with the House. Am I going to bet
Right,
on the House?
right.
Am I going to bet on the Congress?
Right.
Am I betting on Republican? Like just all
right.
these different colors. Like you know how they'll bet on everything. That's what
Yes. So let's
picturing.
look
Okay.
let's look at what's on the screen.
So
You
hang on,
had just shared it.
I
Oh.
have to swap screens now, so it's going to make me do this.
Okay.
Or, you know what? I can
Right
do this.
there.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I have to move it because it sent it to my Safari, and I can't do StreamYards off Safari, so it's 2 different. But I can do this.
Okay.
So hold on.
So what we're going to be looking at is an actual contract between BAE Systems
Okay.
and the
who?
government.
And
right?
we got to get to the Warnock. Why is
Yes.
he so? Paste and go to. Okay.
These events, right? So they had me contact Raphael Warnock, and so I was able to reach a staff member,
Okay.
Sheila,
Sheila.
And
Sheila.
I had looked her up, and
Okay.
I found that she graduated from Georgia Military College,
Okay.
and
You got an in.
yeah, I thought that was great because my son graduated from there as
Right?
well.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, are we sharing the screen
We
now?
are sharing the screen now.
Okay, what's on there, Mel?
Let's see. USA spending, and then it says Department of Homeland Security.
So that is CISA, not
Okay.
Department of Defense.
Okay.
So this is about election, right?
Right. This is their how much they spend. And you've got
This is the invoice.
Right. Okay. So let me figure out what I'm looking at. Okay, because I'm just wanting to see what this is. Okay, so the awarding
Scroll
agency.
up a little bit. See, so it's got, this is the invoice number.
Right. It includes the COVID spending. So
Yes.
that's good to know. They got 27 days still to remain. It's in progress. So usually I'm looking at these through doctor's eyes, not military eyes. So, or veterans' eyes. So the Department of Homeland, that's who is awarding the thing. This is who got the scholarship to do the experiment. That's what I'm always saying. Congressional District Virginia 11, is that what that says?
Yes.
So this is Bay Systems Technology Solutions. They received this contract.
Yes.
And then this is their parent award unique key. And what the description, let's see, it says professional, scientific, and technical services.
Under other, right? Under all other professionals.
This, so it's got this, you got to go through
Right.
this, then this. You need
Right.
to be a level 10 here. A level
ADP and
Okay, and
telecommunication.
ADP, is that ADP like our security systems that people were putting in their homes?
No, that's
ADP.
ADT.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
very nice.
Okay, so
All right.
let's see.
Obligated amount, the current amount, and the potential. Okay, so that's just saying. I'm keeping going. Disaster relief, federal emergency operational support. This is how much. Agents total funding agent, just one. So it all went to one.
509,000, right?
Right. That's the charge. Change order.
Position management tools, operation tools, right?
Unique information.
Right. So we know that CISA Department of Homeland Security engaged in this contract and paid them X amount of money, right?
Right.
July 19th.
509,000.
Right. For just one time. And then this is July 19th, 2024, right? So then they're going to renew it, right? So it goes with every NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act.
Okay.
And they renew their budgets, and then they just
So this just consistently cycles every 3 years.
With all the contractors, they do this.
It happens to correlate with our elections.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
I'm smelling what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay.
So now that we have now that we've seen BAE Systems hiring right directly into the military at Fort Gordon, and we've seen King Charles activity.
Yep.
And we've seen BAE Systems involved with our elections.
Right.
Right. And all out of Fort Gordon. Or Fort Eisenhower.
And can we talk about why the Eisenhower is symbolic? Do you know? Have you ever looked into why they chose Eisenhower? What was he so special for?
That's probably a can of worms to go over.
I'm interested. That's the first thing I think of. Well, why'd they name him after him?
Right.
I'm going to write that down. We'll do it.
Yes.
Look.
So,
keep going.
these contracts were bothersome to me. So when I contacted Sheila, right? At first, when I contacted the senator's office, I got some kids on the phone.
Okay.
And
that's interesting.
And I could tell they had no
like young interns.
Yes,
right. Okay.
Had no comprehension, and then
Kool-Aid drinkers.
Yes, and then I was like, you know what? I need to ask for the person who handles military affairs if I'm going to get anywhere.
Right.
So then I called back and I was like, who handles military affairs? And give me that person's name, because they automatically think that, oh, this is probably a veteran having a personal problem with the VA.
But you're speaking their language.
Right.
Which is different, yes.
So then when I got her name, like I said, I researched a little bit about her, and then I saw that she did in the Army 20 years in finance. And I thought, how convenient.
Wow. She's going to be ready for what I got.
Yes. And I was like, and she's now working for the senator. Okay. Right. So let's see what she thinks about all of this. So I called, and we were playing phone tag, and I got Sheila on the line, and I was like, hey, I thought about it. I was like, I really want to be very complimentary, right? Because I know I'm stepping on landmines, but I'm trying to do this as gently as possible, right? To see how far we can go, because it's really about the exposure, not being about nasty on the phone.
Right. You're not calling to berate her. You're calling to ask legit questions. Right. I'd like to know what you have to say, like a good reporter would.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So,
you're like a spy.
So I call Sheila and I'm asking, and then she's like, wow, can you put all these questions in writing? And I was like, sure, no problem. That would make it easier for you. And she's like, okay. So she was like, this has got to go up to DC. And I was like, right. Because
so she saw that you had stumbled onto something very important.
Yes.
Yes, what you're talking about.
Yes.
This isn't the normal conspiracy person.
Right. So I had like,
you know what you're talking about. Beautiful.
I had a series of 8 questions that I was posing to her.
Sure.
And so then she sent it up to DC, and they replied, and they said, okay, on question number 8, which I specifically left the final question as to what was the senator's stance on all of these concerns that I have.
Right.
And what was his stance on the escalation of war? And war profiteering, right? So we're about to open this whole can of worms.
Right.
So they said that his staff was working on formulating a response to my question.
Okay.
The rest of it, they wanted me to fill out this form to launch a formal inquiry into the Pentagon based upon my questions.
Right.
Yes. So we're getting traction, right? So
you're a god. I just want your story told. Like, who gets to meet people like you, let alone be friends? It's just insanity.
So
for a moment, we'll thank the gods. Keep going.
I would like to take the time to share with you and your audience the questions I pose.
Please.
Okay.
And do we have responses?
We're getting them in real time.
Oh,
so I'm going to be sharing this with you guys. And if you would like regular updates, and then we can actually, what I would love is group participation.
Fair enough.
So if anybody else has intelligent, appropriate questions that are serious in this nature.
Yes.
Okay, to really think about them, pray about them, bring them forward, and let's see if we cannot get the dialogue continuously flowing.
Fair enough.
Okay, so It says, right, like it's got Raphael's seal.
Yeah, it's
right?
very official. Let me look at it just so
Yes.
that I can verify
Yes.
that this does look very official. This is not something she has printed. You did print it off,
Yes.
but you haven't thought as much abilities. This is very official.
Yes.
Wow.
So
Okay, I see.
Okay,
Yes,
so it says, the undersigned hereby authorize the release of all pertinent information to U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock to make an inquiry on my behalf to the following federal agency, Department of Defense.
Mhm.
Okay, please give a brief description below. So number one, BAE Systems and DoD signs a contract.
Okay.
How was it possible?
So wait, before say I'm starting now. This is the question I asked.
Yes,
Okay.
these are the
I want to
following
make sure
questions.
I'm hearing what you were reading and what was your question. Okay, start over from what was the first word you typed in this.
Okay, BAE Systems and DoD signs a contract, right? How was it possible that BAE Systems, a subsidiary of a foreign intelligence company, and what you'll see if we go back to that original invoice and you look up, or maybe have some other links, but BAE Systems, how they tried to get around this is they just created a little subsidiary in Virginia. And they're like, oh, it's a U.S. company, so we can do this. No, bitches. Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes,
You can say a bad word.
A subsidiary of a foreign intelligence company was awarded a DoD size of contract. This poses significant national security risks. Are there measures to mitigate these risks, and is there a need for more stringent regulations to prevent such contracts in the future? Number two, dual roles in the Army and intelligence corporations. How is a person serving in the active duty Army position authorized to work simultaneously for an intelligence corporation? The BAE Systems hiring page lists positions within the U.S. Army on Fort Eisenhower and several CONUS installations. This dual role could lead to conflicts of interest and security vulnerabilities. Is current legislation adequate to address this? Number three, chain of command for dual role employees. Once hired for such a position, who is in the chain of command? The CEO, aka King Charles of BAE Systems, or the President of the United States? This ambiguity could impact decision making and operational integrity. Would clearer guidelines benefit national security? Number four, security clearances for employees of foreign subsidiaries. How are employees of companies like BAE Systems allowed to hold security clearances, given their ties to foreign entities? Are additional vetting processes needed to ensure they do not pose a security risk? 5, safeguarding national security secrets with third-party employees. How do we ensure that embedding employees of third-party international corporations within U.S. subsidiaries keeps our nation's secret secure? Are current measures sufficient, or is there a need for more robust safeguards? Number 6, balancing profit motives and national security. If the DoD negotiates with third-party corporations, what actions are being taken to ensure that the goal of profiting from war does not usurp what actually keeps Americans safe? Are current oversight mechanisms adequate, or could new legislation improve transparency and accountability? Number 7, BAE Systems' role in elections and military involvement. BAE Systems' involvement in both military roles and election security raises concerns about the potential for military influence in our electoral process. How can Americans trust that our elections are secure and free from foreign interference? Would additional legislation oversight be beneficial? Number 8, I added more. DoD contracts with commercial airlines. Because I have to say, okay, once I sent 1 through 7 in, that's when they said, okay, fill out this form. So then I was like, well, since I'm getting to talk to the Pentagon, let me add a few more. So I added 2 more. So
I love you.
DoD contracts with commercial airlines. One specific question concerns contracts with commercial passenger airlines, such as the recent contract with American Airlines to move military equipment and personnel into Haiti. Considering the lessons of history and the inherent legal and safety risks, this practice seems highly concerning. Could you please provide more details on this practice and its legal implications? Number 9, use of Palantir AI in military operations. What are the current laws and regulations governing the use of AI software in military operations, particularly concerning the lawful use of force? How does the DoD ensure that AI systems like those developed by Palantir are accurate and reliable in identifying targets? In the event of a misidentification by AI software leading to the wrongful targeting or killing of individuals, what legal mechanisms are in place to ensure accountability for redress? What oversight and verification processes are implemented to prevent autonomous drones from making life or death decisions without human intervention? How does the DoD plan to address ethical concerns related to autonomous use of lethal force by AI systems?
Right.
So, then what happened?
Well, hang on. I want to take a break for a minute because we've been going for an hour and a half, and I need more coffee.
Okay.
And a bathroom break, and I'm sure. And if you're listening, try sharing out the stream, add some tags to your friends or whatever, because clearly it's not going out. And so it's only 2 or 3 people that have even managed to pop in here.
Right.
And I know this would be way interesting. So we'll come back in just a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play our song again.
Okay. Yes.
Because
and dedicated to King Charles.
Right.
And BAE Systems, right?
Now that we've heard some things, I think the lyrics will really
resonate.
Very good. And, on this, we do in the Rotten Kingdom like this band. So this isn't our first time. Oh, I should have done. Oh, hang on.
Puddles
I
Pity
just
Party.
needed to. Yeah, well, I just needed to, I guess, push play.
And then we'll talk about your reactions to all this.
Yeah.
I do. This is
you're hearing them.
Yeah,
it's my bursts of humor. Or you know me, when I'm stressed out, I gotta crack a joke or something. I have to just laugh. You gotta fucking be kidding me. This cannot be real. What you are. I don't know what this is. So yeah. So I have to go.
Yeah.
I'm
taking another.
Yeah, we'll
I've never seen a diamond in the flesh. I cut my teeth on wedding rings in the movies, and I'm not proud of my address. In a torn up town, no postcode envy, but every song's like gold teeth, gray goose tripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dreams, but everybody's like Crystal, Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece, jet planes, islands, tigers on a gold leash. We don't care. We aren't caught up in your love affair, and we'll never be royals. It don't run in our blood. That kind of luck just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy. My friends and I, we've cracked the code. We count our dollars on the train to the party. And everyone who knows us know we're fine with this. We didn't come for money, but every song's like gold teeth, gray goose, tripping in the bathroom, bloodstains, ball gowns, trash in the hotel room. We don't care. We're driving Cadillacs in our dreams, but everybody's like crystal Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece, jet planes, or tigers on a gold leash. We don't care. We aren't caught up in your love affair, and we'll never be royals. It don't run in our blood. The kind of luck's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule. Let me live that fantasy. Oh, 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 oh. I'm bigger than I ever dreamed, and we'll never be royals. It don't run in our blood. The kind of luck's just ain't for us. We crave a different kind of buzz. Let me be your ruler. You can call me Queen Bee, and baby I'll rule.
Okay, we're back with you. Hang on, I've got to switch some. We're pulling up something new, and I needed to mute. I was still muted. Okay, my computer is getting it's it's giving me rainbow wheels of death. Okay.
Oh, I can share this with you.
What is? Well, it'd be just do it this way. It'd be faster.
Do
King Charles what?
Astra Carta.
Oh, I see it. Okay, like AstraZeneca. But it's an
Yes.
Astra Carta?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I'm going to, which one am I going to? Just this top one, the royal family, or you
Sure.
want sustainable markets initiative? I mean, world science.
images.
So what is this?
Do-
The Secure
do-
World Foundation?
Look,
Look at that.
I know.
Secure.
Look, go up
Mhm.
and do images.
Okay. The Secure World.
Yes.
Okay. Let me share
This is the
tab.
trip he's
Okay.
on.
This is his.
King
this
of the
is pretty.
universe.
Oh, look at that. He is. Look at
Yes.
Oh, it makes me think of my chakras. Look at my chakras in there. Oh, that's fabulous. Okay, look at all these people. There he is. Okay, we'll do this one. Oops. There we go. There he is. Standing there. So proud with his hand in his pocket.
Right. Are these like Illuminati
Oh, of course.
third
I
degree,
mean,
33-degree Mason?
their degrees are so fucking hot. They're freezing. That's where water freezes at
Yes.
33 degrees. Do you see what I'm saying? They're frozen. Their heart is frozen. They have officially become the Grinch.
So
It's pathetic. Okay.
as we're looking at this,
Should I pull it up? Are you going to break apart this little picture? Should I pull up a better picture of it?
if you want to,
Okay, here. This one looks nice. The infinite. Oh, what does it say? To care for the infinite wonders of the universe. Is that what this says? And what is that? Latin or
yes,
what is the not French? Greek, or what would this be in? Would that be Latin? Is that what they always
probably
use?
Latin.
Okay. Astra Carta. Okay.
So this was originally like he went from Magna Carta,
Okay.
right?
What's a Magna Carta?
Well, the Magna Carta is where they kind of ended the monarchy and they kind of ended serfdom, right? And they recognized natural law and that, people have free will.
So this is like
life, liberty,
right.
liberty, and the pursuit of justice,
Or
right?
happiness,
Right? This kind of concept.
Yes.
And the pursuit of justice is infinite. We'll never get there, right?
That is the pursuit of happiness.
Yes, right. If we could just get a little bit of justice.
Okay.
So then it escalated, right? So this is the infinite, and so
this is after the Magna.
Right. Then he
the
came
Magna.
up. Yeah.
We're into the astro world.
So King Charles came up with the Terra Carta, right? Changing the Magna Carta from natural law, right, to the Terra Carta.
That's
to the
meaning
Astro
of life
Carta.
stuff.
So now this also ties in, okay, to the Pope, right?
Okay.
We'll be getting there.
All right.
We can also, when we look at,
I need a new tab.
Yeah, let's do Siza and Microsoft.
Okay.
Okay.
My tabs. I'm keeping all the tabs, and I'll try to remember to copy them into the description.
Okay.
After the stream is over.
Sure.
Okay. What did you told me to put in?
CISA.
Right. CISA. And
right.
Recording this,
you are.
I know, but I mean, now you got to leave it with me.
It's on the internet. It's
and all
forever.
My friends need to record it. 2 old ladies go missing. We don't have a suicide pack or anything like that.
No.
We're totally fine. We wouldn't be doing this if we wanted that.
So that's IBM, right? Keep scrolling down.
Okay.
Right.
I'll share this.
Right. Oh, look at this PDF. Let's open this.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what we typed in there. Microsoft, and then it was sponsored. Our first is a sponsor by IBM. And then we have the government page. just because I wanted you to show
and
a
then the
government
third
page.
government page, right? This is the third one.
Yeah,
Go
there
to
it
the
is.
PDF.
Right. So that's the second thing after the government shows Microsoft. So it's there.
Yes.
That's the PDF, and it's a government
Yes.
site. Okay. So do you want me to click on this
Yes,
one or
yes.
the other one? Okay. Because this is on CISA.gov.
Yes,
Right.
a government website. Microsoft. See, so do we see the rise of the fascist state yet? I mean, I don't see a difference at all between Microsoft and the Department of Defense or Department of
IBM.
Homeland Security or IBM,
Right.
right?
So IBM.
So this is why I was saying CISA is the nexus, right? You're seeing it's a portal.
Right.
Okay, and this is where they made the mistake. Trump made the mistake.
Right.
Right? Trump didn't know who he was playing with. Right?
You honestly believe that, or do you think he's? It doesn't matter. I won't.
Okay.
I'll save that for another time.
Yes. So
Keep doing what you're doing.
CISA was stood up while he was president. It didn't exist before.
Okay.
It wasn't official. But as soon as they made it official, now they're accountable because they're taking our taxpayer dollars.
Right.
And now we can expose. And so my goal is to destroy CISA for elections.
Right. You want to expose them.
Yes, to ban them from government. The agency is unconstitutional, but we have to wind up there, right? So I have to explain and educate the people as to why it's unconstitutional, why there's all these problems with this. Yeah. Okay.
So this is the summer 2023 Microsoft Exchange Online intrusion from the Cyber Safety Review Board. Let's just look at the table of contents. And then, so we've got a message from the chair and the deputy chair. Executive summary, facts, the overview, intrusion details, incident management, public reporting, findings, cloud service providers. Is that talking about cloud, like my picture is going on the cloud?
All the elections are
stored on a cloud.
Managed through CISA in the cloud, right through and these everyone we're talking about, IBM, Microsoft, BAE Systems. There are Amazon Web Services is one of the worst, right? So they're hosting the cloud services, but it's all done through DoD, right? So
the Department of Defense, the DoD,
yes, the Pentagon running
US
our elections, right? So you're starting to see
review participants, external parties, so people outside to review them. Microsoft Exchange Online intrusion timeline, the review participants, CSR members, and then acronyms. Okay.
Right.
So which one do you want me to go to?
Well, you know what? I think you just even by looking at that, you're starting to glean and understand that this corporation, right, is involved in election infrastructure is what they call it. They create an entire infrastructure. This whole thing is a scam just to make a whole bunch of money. That's why they keep everybody on the machines, and they punish Fulton County for trying to get off the machines and fine them thousands of dollars a day. Yes. Okay. So these people, they certify they're their own certification board. They're their own auditing board. They're their own service providers.
Right.
So it's such a scam. Okay. What we want to do is we want to now go and let's do Cisco. All right. Now, Microsoft, after I sent this in, okay, I sent this in on June 14th.
Okay. And with all 9 of those questions?
Yes.
Okay.
So
That's the on June 9th.
June 14th.
June 14th.
Okay.
How long did it take for them to respond to you?
Right away.
Same
I mean,
day, within the same
like
week?
that was Friday, so within the week.
I mailed it on a Friday.
I emailed
on a Friday where everybody's supposedly going home for the weekend.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then by like Tuesday,
you had
I was already getting response, and we're going back and forth. Now it's an open dialogue,
right,
with the Pentagon.
Okay.
So
Sheila at the Pentagon.
Well, no, I'm
Sheila.
gonna show you I'm gonna share with you how that chain unfolded.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So, but news broke
what news?
after I submitted this that elevated my concern to the next level.
So you sent this on Friday.
Yes.
And between getting response, something happened. What happened?
Okay, so I want you to go to type in Microsoft.
Okay.
And Cisco.
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 And the Pope.
The Pope. Okay.
AI.
Okay.
The Pope are being managed by a software company who is being regulated by the Pope.
Okay.
You understand?
I think so. You might have to say that again.
Yes. So we're gonna bring this up, and it's really fascinating. So I'm glad that the dialogue with the Pentagon is just beginning, because I'm just gonna keep hammering, and it's gonna continue to unfold.
Okay. Oh, the headline right there.
Right there, and IBM. Yes.
Right. And this comes from AP.
Yes.
So, since everyone here knows what that is, Cisco Systems joins Microsoft, IBM, and Vatican pledge to ensure ethical use and development of AI. So they all, I remember that. I remember seeing that showing up as a headline.
And when did this come? What did was this? Look at,
hang on.
See me zoom out.
Yeah, at the moment. What's the date? I'm sorry, I'm starving.
You're fine.
Like, this was an improv. You just had called me to give me this, and I said, just come over.
Right.
So it wasn't something that was planned. Okay, this was April 24th.
Right. So 10 days after
I gotcha. So before they responded to you,
right,
you had sent this, and this happened. But you had already gotten a response from them, but you had not, it hadn't circled off by this happened and something else. Okay.
Right.
So now we're on page. There's the date. Okay, so what did this spark you? And you just were like, everything I would just emailed them. It was just confirmed to me. Right.
Right. So, I'll share with you my email chain with the DOD and Sheila.
Okay.
All right.
Is everybody able to see this? It says Rome at the first.
Go ahead and read that.
Onto a Vatican-sponsored pledge. What's a pledge now? Because they use that term now. What's the difference between a pledge and an agreement? Like, what does a pledge mean? I know what it means when I go to college, or I raise my hand. I cross my heart or something.
You're obligating yourself to something, right?
It's like a promise ring.
Yeah, and I don't think I want Microsoft and IBM and all these companies who are pledging to the Pope.
No, it's not sharing it. Okay, hang on.
Our elections.
I'm coming back. Hold on. Are we even back? Okay. I got it. Okay. Can't no. Okay. Go and see the chain of events, and they can go do further research without having to listen to us for 2 hours. But your story is so fascinating.
Well,
honestly, I have to say, if I didn't personally know you,
right,
I would not necessarily believe everything you're saying. I'm just telling you
but it's all documented, and I'm pulling up the receipts.
Right, that's why we're sharing.
Yes, and this required no FOIA request whatsoever.
Right,
it's all in your face.
Mm-hmm.
So
let me try because is it doing it now? See, it's still. I don't even know if anybody can hear us. To the stage. Do you see my rainbow? See, it's just frozen on my screen. Usually like the gray will come out when you're talking.
Right.
There it goes. Okay, it's catching up to itself. But they oftentimes, the chat can still hear you when it's doing that. But I don't know what it's doing. Hang on. I got my 50-foot woman. I love it. That's the best GIF ever of her shaken down.
Yes. Yes.
I've had that one for a long time, but I had to use it for this for sure. Because I have different ones I'll go through depending on what mood I'm in or what I'm talking about or something.
Right.
Right. Okay. Here it is.
Okay.
So let me go back over to it. To the tab itself so we can read it.
Yes.
Maybe. Blast you! They're on us. They're on us.
Pope.
She's naming names. His Royal Highness King Charles right now is getting a buzz in his ass. Right now.
My gosh. I think he's just obsessed with kink.
They're all on. They're all weird as fuck. Okay. See, yeah, I gotta get the support. Do you want to donate to partisan news?
No,
because it's only part of the news. We all pay a part for partisan. Part of the news. I mean, it's in there.
Yeah.
Partisan news. I don't know what partisan means. It unbiased, but I always think part. Look at the Pope's face too. He's so gross.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not even going to give it. I don't even want to look at him.
Right.
All right. So let's zoom in here. Okay. So it says from Rome, tech giant Cisco Systems on Wednesday joined Microsoft and IBM in citing, which are all BAE customers.
Right.
In signing onto a Vatican-sponsored pledge to ensure artificial intelligence is developed and used ethically and to the benefit of the common good, because he is the king of the common good.
Right.
Okay. So the chief executives, Chuck Robbins, signed the document known as the Rome Call and met privately with Pope Francis. The pledge outlines key pillars of ethical and responsible use of AI. It emphasizes that AI systems must be designed, used, and regulated to serve and protect the dignity of all human beings without discrimination and their environments. It highlights principles of transparency, inclusion, responsibility, impartiality, and security as necessary guides all AI development. So basically, one, the opposite of everything they said there.
Right.
And two, you're a bug. They're looking at you
Right.
like a worker ant.
Yes,
that
to be
high
managed.
up, right.
Everybody's to be managed,
Put
and they're the
some
little
cornstarch
dictators.
here.
Right.
And this document was unveiled and signed, just the highlighting
Right.
the language they use. And what?
Yes,
Unveiled.
yes, you know.
At the Vatican conference on February 28th of 2020, just before Italy locked down. That right there, what the fuck?
Right.
As a result of the pandemic. And by Microsoft's Brad Smith and IBM's John Kelly III. Universities, UN agencies, private corporation, and non-governmental organ. So it sounds like a Band-Aid
Right.
or Hands Across America.
And CISA, this the DOD is like the belly of the beast in America, tying it all together.
Holding
And we
all
yeah,
these
and we
strings.
cannot have that. That is not American.
Right.
That is nowhere in the Constitution.
All the strings are held by. It makes me think of I have like an image of Pinocchio going down the Macy's Day Parade, like black and white, like 1920. It's got all these little strings attached to his giant nose. 'Cause that's the
Right.
problem.
Right. Big
Okay, so let's start back with the emails because I'm not sure where it kicked us off, and I want everybody to hear the emails as you were reading them. And so,
Sure.
And Charming is in. So, Charming, this is a great stream. So, really, I encourage you to go back and watch it, which I know you will, and share it out because nobody's getting notifications. I know that sounds, people say that on a lot of channels, but I really mean it. Like there's something they don't want us knowing. This has been very interesting. Charming Canada.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you will really enjoy this. Okay. So there, now I've got him. So now I want you, we've got it there. That's the picture you were looking for. That's what got us kicked. Now, while we're looking at the picture, now share the emails that you have, this exchange with Sheila. You started with Sheila.
Yes. So we'll back up for a little bit. When I had concerns, right, I was directed by the governor's staff to contact Senator Raphael Warnock.
Right. Okay.
When I contacted Senator Warnock's staff, initially, I was dealing with, it seemed like younger kids that didn't really understand the implications of where this was going.
Right.
But persistence is a key.
Very good.
So, when I asked for the representative or the person over military affairs, that's what got the ball rolling. So Sheila is my point of contact at Senator Warnock's staff. And after we spoke on the phone, she emailed me. So you can kind of look at your calendar too while we're pulling up these dates. So it'll make sense to you. So June 12th, good morning. It was a pleasure speaking with you this morning. To assist with your concerns, please provide a more detailed description of the issues you need further clarification on. Once information is received, it will be forwarded to the appropriate staff member for further review.
And that was from Sheila.
Yes. Deputy Director of Constituent Services for Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock. So I responded and said, Dear Sheila, thank you for your response. Per our conversation, I was seeking clarification on the following critical issues that I believe warrant legislative attention. Right. So then I shared with you the following questions, right, regarding BAE systems.
Which you've already read. So I know Charmy's late, but we're going to let those go because he'll go back and listen.
The final question that I did not share with you yet was directly to the senator, right? What is Senator Reverend Warnock's stance on the escalation of war? Given the concerns outlined above, what steps is the senator taking to address these issues? Would he consider sponsoring legislation to ensure stricter oversight and accountability in these areas? These points to highlight critical issues that need addressing to safeguard our national security and public trust. I urge Senator Warnock to consider these concerns seriously and take legislative action where necessary. Thank you for your time and feedback on these important matters. I look forward to hearing back from the senator and his staff, respectfully.
Right.
So the next day, June 13th. Good morning, Stephanie. We have received your concerns and will forward them to our DC legislative staff for further review. Enjoy the remainder of your day. That afternoon. Good morning, or
yes,
so
you did. So
that morning.
So after she sent that, you did send her, and away.
No. Okay. So June 13th.
Yes.
Right, the next day, or the same day
that you sent the questions.
I sent the questions on June 12th.
Okay.
So the next day, she emailed me And she said she received my email.
Yes.
Then she emailed me again.
Right. The same
same day.
Okay.
And she said, after
All right.
reviewing the first 7 questions below, we have determined this matter should be sent to the Department of Defense for further review and a response.
Okay.
Item number 8, or the one for the Reverend, is being reviewed by our legislative staff in DC.
Okay.
To provide further assistance with this matter, I have attached a copy of the form that we will need for you to complete and sign. Once the form has been completed, return it to my email address in a PDF format for further processing.
Okay.
Please do not alter the form. If additional space is needed, use a separate sheet of paper.
Right.
Okay, so you are seeing, this is the form. This is a PDF I sent.
Okay.
Okay, so
and this is the one that has the questions. You added all 9 questions.
Yes, I added the 2 more about the airlines and Palantir.
John Hancock at the
Yes.
beginning there. Yes, he
Okay.
highlighted it. Okay, excellent.
So I sent that to her the same day, right, in a PDF format. Then I said, dear Sheila, thank you for your timely response. After reviewing the attached form and reading your response, I took the liberty of adding 2 more additional questions. They are included in the attached document. Please let the senator and his staff know. I also would like to know from them about how the senator feels regarding the important security issues. Once again, I appreciate your assistance in this matter.
Right.
Okay, so I sent all that. Then she said, good day. We received the additional questions and will respond and will forward to DOD for review to determine if a response will be provided. That was yesterday. So then I responded to her back. Thank you for keeping me updated. I look forward to receiving the response. She said, my pleasure. Then I got a separate email from her, not in that chain.
Right.
Okay. Now,
I get you. So it wasn't continuing as a reply.
right.
She
It was
started
a new one, a whole new email.
Right. A new chain.
Yes.
That sounds shady, but yes, keep going. Like somebody else is secretly attached to it.
Well,
is that what you're saying?
This came from, this is so,
okay,
check this out. This is so cool.
Excuse me.
From OSD Pentagon, right, to Sheila. So they don't want, so they're playing this game, right?
Yes.
So the Pentagon is responding to Sheila and Sheila is forwarding it to me.
So
and
she
so
is
then,
in contact
yes,
with
and
them.
then I have to respond to Sheila, and then Sheila forwards it back to the Pentagon.
I got
So
you.
this is okay. So I'm gonna read it. Okay. Good afternoon.
This is the one from the Pentagon.
Yes.
Yes.
To Sheila.
Right.
That Sheila
That you're
forwarded to me.
I got you.
Yes.
So this is the one.
Good afternoon. Thank you for submitting this inquiry on behalf of your constituent.
That's you.
Yes.
Yes.
However, could clarification be provided? Is a constituent looking for input from the DoD on only the contracts we have with BAE Systems, or do they also want input on CISA contracts with BAE Systems? CISA is a part of DHS, and the DoD would be unable to comment on contracts involving another agency. Please advise or let me know if I can provide additional clarification. Very respectfully, Legislative Analyst, Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defensive Legislative Affairs, 1300 Defense Pentagon Room, 3D 844, baby. We up in that house, girl.
You're so funny.
Okay, so
you got it through the crack left from
yes.
the plane.
So I said, thank you for your prompt response and for seeking clarification on my inquiry.
Did you look up to see who this person was?
It's not a name.
Oh, it doesn't even. That's brilliant. Yes,
It's
continue.
a legislative analyst.
Just he's in an office,
right?
He's trying to decide where to.
It's
forward
probably
it to.
a bot, or I don't know. I
Yes.
mean, it's a group of lawyers.
It's
right.
somebody's office.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you for your prompt response and for seeking. This is what I wrote.
Right.
In response
to this.
to the Pentagon. Thank you for your prompt response and for seeking clarification on my inquiry. To clarify, my primary concern pertains to the contracts that the DoD has with BAE Systems. I am specifically interested in understanding the nature, scope, and security implications of these contracts. Additionally, I have concerns regarding BAE Systems contracts with CISA, which falls under DHS. I understand that the DoD cannot comment on contracts involving another agency, so I will be submitting a separate inquiry to DHS regarding the CISA contracts. However, I believe there are overarching issues that need addressing, given that BAE Systems, a subsidiary of a foreign intelligence company, is involved in both defense and election infrastructure. This raises several critical questions. Vetting processes. What vetting processes were employed by the DoD to ensure that awarding contracts to BAE Systems did not compromise national security, especially considering their involvement with election infrastructure through CISA? Conflict of interest. How does the DoD address the potential conflict of interest and security risk posed by BAE Systems' dual involvement in both defense contracts and election infrastructure? Military involvement in elections. Given BAE Systems' role in election infrastructure through its contract with CISA, how does the DoD reconcile its involvement with a company that has a significant role in managing election systems? Does this not implicate the military in running or influencing elections? Security implications. What measures are in place to ensure that BAE Systems access to both DoD and CISA operations does not lead to the compromise of sensitive information or the manipulation of election infrastructure? Oversight and accountability. Who is responsible for overseeing the security and ethical implications of these contracts? Are there any ongoing reviews or audits to ensure the national security is not being compromised? I believe these questions are crucial for understanding the broader implications of awarding such contracts and ensuring the integrity of both our national defense and election systems. Thank you for your assistance, and please let me know if there any further information is required. And then she said, good day. Sheila responded, good day. We received your response and will forward it to DoD for further review. And then good afternoon. Please see email below acknowledging receipt of your inquiry. Thank you for providing the additional information. I will accept the case on behalf of the DoD. The inquiry has been tasked to the appropriate DoD component for review and response. Please let us know if you require additional assistance. Boom, girl. We in there.
So now they're going to come back with answers
yes,
to your questions. And you were saying earlier that you haven't had to pay for any of this.
No. And
Right.
this was no FOIA needed because they flash
Right.
it all over your face.
Right. You
So
just
there's
put the
no-
dots together.
Yeah. And so it's not a matter of denying it,
Mhm.
right? Because we already know factually,
Right.
that the contracts are there.
Right.
So now we want them to explain how they're down with the king running our elections, because I'm not.
Right.
And I don't think. Now we're going to go to one more page
Okay.
since we got the king up, right?
Okay, let's go.
And we've had we can end the show, right,
okay.
with a review of who meets with the Pope and who meets with the king.
Oh.
Okay.
So you're saying that there's some differences.
Well, they're together,
Right.
right? So the king meets the Pope. Start with there. King
Okay.
Charles.
Hang on.
and the Pope.
Yeah, they always got to tell you. That's the thing.
Right.
Right.
Right. So,
even if you're not Catholic,
right.
somehow you magically know the
somehow
Pope is in
Microsoft
charge.
and Cisco
Right.
and IBM.
Okay, do we want to say what do we want to type that businessmen that meet the Pope?
No, we already did that.
Okay.
We're going now to look at King Charles and the Pope.
Charles and the Pope. Okay. They have a relationship.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right?
They
So
touch
this
each
is all
other.
documented. This is not a figment.
Right. I think everyone here also agrees with
Right.
everything you're saying, but I love how you're putting it together. That's the cool part. You know, that's
Lacing it.
Yeah, you have from an angle that we don't often see. Is this the one where he's kissing his ring and stuff?
Right. See? So we understand that there's a relationship here. Right?
Yes. These
So
guys
that's a
are clearly-
documented. Yes. Okay. So you can do Trump and the Pope.
Right.
You can do Biden and the Pope.
Right.
Right? There's not a world ruler that the Pope. Right? But you can
Right.
also do King Charles and Biden. You can do King Charles and Trump.
So I can
You can
replace
do-
the Pope with
yeah.
King Charles,
and they're all
the same.
so
Mhm.
this is like the false prophet, right?
The Pope is the false prophet.
And you got King Charles who's ruling the universe apparently too. Where's that seal? Let's go back to the seal.
Okay.
You
hang
know.
on. I think it's this tab here.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Ask
Okay,
Ricarda.
So we got the king being
Right.
endorsed by the Pope,
Right.
right? And we're all gonna bow down and kiss their ass.
Right.
That's what this,
well, you're not.
Right.
Clearly.
but what's
Your
what,
back problems and all.
so check this
More injuries.
check this out.
Okay.
So what we're doing
Yes.
is the puny citizens of America
Okay.
are going to have the audacity to
Right.
tear down the
to
Pope
even consider.
and the King's bullshit.
Right.
You can go play that game
Right.
everywhere
so you're
else.
telling everybody.
Well,
While
so,
you're trying.
yes, and then what I'm going to be working on doing is creating a this is you got to play somehow understand their game, and right, it's all about signal communications. This is my wheelhouse, right?
Yeah.
So how you piss these people off
Okay.
is they love hiring dirtbag PR law firms
Okay.
that go and
Criminals. They like
do
to hire
and
criminals.
smear
Right.
campaigns all over the media.
Yeah.
You just hire one of them
Mhm.
and you say, go ahead,
How about her?
smear all this shit all over. And then, so it's going to be a nationwide
Right.
PR
Smear
campaign.
campaign.
Yeah, smear campaign that I'm looking to launch and fund
Right.
based upon their results,
Right.
right? And their responses.
Mhm. I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm on the board already.
Yes.
So
This is kind of the engaging part. So getting feedback from other people about, like I said earlier, like-minded questions that they would like
Right.
posed to Department of Homeland Security or Department of Defense.
have you ever wanted to ask the Pentagon a question?
question,
I have
yes.
to. I got
Yes.
I got a person
Yes.
responding.
Yes,
But they only responded because your question because
they were
clearly-
legitimate questions. They
Exactly.
were completely fair.
And so because this isn't again not hidden knowledge, but
Right.
most of the time now we have another channel we like to watch, Charlie. Look out for Charlie.
Mhm.
And he's exposing something. And he was talking. He always says that you watch because they'll link me
Right.
in with everybody else, and now nobody will listen to me.
Right.
And that's how you know that it's different because this is not conspiracy language.
No.
You are speaking their language.
Yes.
And they recognized you and they said, we have to respond to her because she's not a nut.
Right.
Right.
And it's all documented.
Mhm.
It's all public record.
Yeah. No, I think that's interesting. So I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Yeah. I didn't have to hire a lawyer. I didn't have to pay a damn dime. And of all people,
You might need a bodyguard, though.
Of all people, Raphael Warnock took the bait. I could not get. I have
luckier.
Sweated, volunteered, phone banked, donated money to all these damn Republicans and could not get anywhere. And you're telling me that let's pull up Warnock. And Warnock in the Pope. See, that's the last question.
Okay,
right.
You're looking up Warnock in the Pope.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Ooh, yes, it's about to get hot up in here, girl.
Okay. All right, so what Raphael?
Yes.
Raphael. His name is Raphael.
Yes, I know.
Is it War, W-O-R or A-R? Oh, A-War, of course.
War.
And knocking at the door. Who's
right.
knocking? On heaven's door.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yes. See?
Oh, he loves him. Look at this. That's a handshake.
Okay, now let's.
So
okay, look.
We all know the handshakes have meanings. Let's dissect our handshakes.
Okay, look. I gotta do.
Okay,
we're gonna do another one better too.
So
this is great. This is. I can keep going all day, girl.
I'm here. So, I mean, hello, BB is here. Girl, when I thought of you, I was trying to think of different people to tag, and I was kind of going through my list because your brain kind of goes blank for a second. And you had just put up something as well. I was like, oh man, BB, I'm putting BB. And this is so fascinating. And I don't know, but I would really appreciate it, BB, if you would share this stream out. I think if people came in and listened for a few minutes, they'd really enjoy listening to this. So this is my friend, Puny Citizen, who, front row center to January 6th events, had opinions. You wrote emails back then, I remember. And
that's what I was saying. I can't believe of all people.
She's been writing emails to people
and calling and trying to blow this whistle. And I wasn't getting any traction with my own party. And then I was like, fuck these.
Right, as you're a Republican typically.
Yes,
and now suddenly
here's Raphael. Give me front door access to the Pentagon. This is crazy.
Here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that when you were asking the Republicans, your party that represents you think these questions, you were hardly even getting responses back. But when you went over and asked those hard questions to the enemy, right, they needed to shut you down. See, as long as you're still voting Republican, they don't care how many emails you write. But when you start making a stink, you threw a stink bomb over on their side.
Well, actually, I don't know.
Actually,
you know what? That my experience, really, to be honest.
Sure, tell me.
None of these people are educated at all.
Right. Well,
they're all just holding.
That's what Harvard is.
Holding offices, and they have no understanding of the Constitution itself.
Sure.
Or regard.
Right.
Okay, so a lot of it is when Raphael's staff took this bait,
right,
okay, and allowed me to put these questions forward.
Sure.
It's because they were ignorant, and I exploited their ignorance.
I get you.
Okay, and so it allowed, and then because it Raphael, a Democrat, right? They took the response from their Democrat friend, and they're like, "Oh, because it came from Raphael's office, we'll go ahead and answer it."
Right. It was
just, right. Had it come from had I gone to Marjorie Taylor Greene, there was no way I was going to get a response.
I gotcha. I get what you're saying.
And he is in a higher chamber. So
that is his page. I was trying to pull up his page so we could see politics. Find it boring.
This is like the world.
But this is way interesting.
Yes.
This is his official page. Reverend Raphael Warnock, U.S. Senator for Georgia, and here's his press release about him meeting. And this just happened April 22nd.
Right, like a flood of activity.
Everybody was meeting the Pope.
And
Everybody's
so,
meeting
look,
the Pope.
and my stuff is so relevant and timely.
Yeah.
Right?
Since you're saying King Charles and all in the Vatican, you put that in there.
Well, I'm in the reply when they reply,
right.
I get to reply back.
Right.
Right? This is just the beginning of a conversation with the Pentagon.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm about to expose
an
impactful.
He recaps like an impactful meeting.
Right.
I bet it was. Were they doing it in the butt? Were they packing? Is that what we're talking about? I don't know. That was a low blow, but I can't help myself.
Okay.
It was impactful.
I'm also going to reveal some other things about the Pope. Let's go to Biden and Jill, their wedding at the UN.
Right.
Okay, let's Google that.
Okay, so I don't get bumped off again. Okay, yeah. All right, so, okay, I'm typing in.
Joe and Jill Biden.
Joe and Jill Biden.
Mary at the UN.
At the. See what it brings us up to. So Charming says the Pope insulted the Russian patriarch.
Yes.
Since then, Putin has not responded to the Pope's. Oh.
Yes, there's a big controversy.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, there is another. Okay. There is in Latin America. I'm trying to think what country. It may be Argentina. But there is a high-ranking archbishop that's being excommunicated right now, because he is calling out the Pope, and the Pope has ushered him to Rome, and so there's he is being charged with a schism, causing a schism within the Catholic Church. This is very serious. There is a lot of controversy around Pope Francis for all this crazy stuff that he's doing. And it's in lockstep with King Charles,
right.
Magna Carta, Terra Carta, universe, king of the universe bullshit.
Right.
Okay.
Look at their dates. They got married in 1967.
Yes. Okay, now there should be an article, and what you're gonna find, right, is
because it took off half my letters here when I was typing it in.
What you're gonna find is that Joe and Jill, Joe and Jill Biden were married by a Jesuit priest, and he took special vows. He took a Jesuit vow.
Interesting.
And the Pope is a Jesuit Pope. Right. And if you know anything about the history of the Jesuits and why they were kicked out of many countries, is because they were involved in overthrowing the nations.
Right. Right. There it says it right.
Yes.
There. Yes. Officiated.
A very private affair.
I bet
and he took a separate, not in addition to the vow with Jill to marry, he took a vow. Yes. And so what I'm telling you is that the chain of command, right? Biden bows to the Pope. They're all bowing to the Pope. They're all bowing to the Jesuits.
Right. And he's run by the Pope isn't who's
the Jesuits.
The Pope is a puppet.
Of the Jesuits.
Right.
Right. And the Jesuits are tied into, of course, we could go into the Bohemian Grove.
Sure. Go further back. Throw me in the Bible. Ancient times.
Yes. Well, if you march backwards in history, right? Because history has a way of repeating itself.
Yes. Tell me more.
So let's Google King Charles the First and Second.
Okay.
Let's see what they got in common. So
Okay.
we can learn a lot just by going into.
No, she doesn't have a channel. I hear her. She comes to talk to me. She's my.
I try to stay on the down low as much as I can because the FBI doesn't like me.
She's been visited. What was I typing in? No, we've been friends for a long time.
King
we've been
Charles
like
the
friends.
First and Second.
Right, King Charles the First. Oh well, I should have just put one. And I. Right, I.
And then.
And I.
Yes.
Okay.
History reveals itself.
Right. So you're showing us a timeline. Do you want me to click on the Wikipedia here?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. And then I need to share this tab instead. So we'll click that as well. There we go. Yes, I don't know.
Then we can smoke something else.
She's joking.
Of course.
Oh man. Okay. So this is the second here.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. You're good. So go ahead.
Click on Charles the First.
Okay. Do I need to click on him or can we just get it from this?
Well,
can you tell us the story?
King Charles the First was assassinated.
Okay.
So when King Charles II came to the throne, he was a young boy. But what was going on in the time of England?
Yes.
And
I know nothing. So
the relationship,
your interpretation.
The relationship. This is all about wrestling with power and of the church and state.
Okay.
Within the realm of a monarchy, right? Taking domain over spiritual law.
Right.
Right.
And this is where the priests became kind of officially a leader.
Well,
is that what you're saying?
No, we're talking about in this time period, King Charles was being a total monarch, right? So whenever there's oppression, right? There's a lot of bloodshed, uprisings. So this is a time of turmoil.
Right.
So it is a mirror. You can read a little bit for yourself.
So we would just replace names with new names.
Well,
is that what you're saying?
I think Charles III is an evolution of Charles I and II. He's going to be worse than the first, worse than the second, and this is where it's headed. So this is the foundation in which King Charles operates on.
Right.
And this is why
this is the original fairy tale that Cinderella has turned into, is what you're saying. If I'm retelling a story, this is where it originally came from. This is the story, and then everything after this has been everyone's interpretation of the original.
Well, we can just take a look.
Okay.
At what history's showing.
Go ahead. Do you want me to read
it? Go ahead, read it.
So it says Charles II was a king of Scotland from 1649 until 1651, and king of England, Scotland, and Ireland from the 1660 restoration of the monarchy until his death in 1685. He was the eldest surviving son or child of Charles. So he was the oldest surviving, not the eldest. He wasn't the oldest.
Right.
He was the oldest that survived.
Yes.
What does that mean? Charles I of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and Henrietta Maria of France. So this is like when they do these arranged marriages we read about, where the princess has to marry.
Yes.
After Charles's execution at Whitehall on January 30th, 1649, at the climax of the English Civil War.
Yes. This is pivotal history.
And where was this? This was with us? No, when
No,
was this?
England.
And England had
Uni-
I'm telling you, I
Right.
really don't know any of this stuff, okay?
Right. So we're introducing.
So I get that I'm asking stupid questions. I
no,
wanted
you're
to make
fine.
sure.
You're
So
fine.
this was happening over in England at that
they
time.
had a civil war.
Oh, they like to have civil wars,
Right.
don't they? Okay. The Parliament of Scotland proclaimed. So Scotland said, "You're the new king."
Yes.
Okay. On February, and he was how old?
I think it was like 12, 14.
Okay, he's a teenager.
Yeah.
However, England entered the period known as the English
Intergram,
which was a period between the execution, and the arrival of his son in London, which marked the start of the restoration. Oh my God, that's the generational cycle. That's what that book says. England was under various forms of Republican government.
So this was the first time, right? It was a very tumultuous. So they executed King Charles I.
Okay.
And then it was a chance for the United Kingdom to become a republic. Right. And then they rose up and they became a republic, and they were like, nope, can't have that. Going back to a monarchy. So then they ushered in King Charles, who was a child that they could totally manipulate. Right. So then when they rolled out King Charles, look at what happens in his reign.
Okay.
So we end the republic. He takes control.
Yeah, show me where that is. A political crisis after Cromwell's death resulted in the restoration of the monarchy in 1660, and Charles was invited to return to Britain. On his 30th birthday, he received in London to public acclaim. And after all legal documents stating a regional year,
right,
a year of reign
of sovereign.
Okay, from Latin to rule, meaning kingdom or rule. Okay, did so as if he had succeeded his father back then. Okay, and then he enacted the Clarendon Code. What is that? The penal laws, where a series of laws that sought to uphold the establishment and state decreed
religious monopoly
of the Church of England.
So this is what King Charles II was implementing.
Right.
You see where King Charles III is going to take us?
Yes.
A king of the universe. And then I got to rule over everything.
Interesting.
So when I was saying
the underground Catholics, the illegal and who were they referring to? Who were the underground Catholics?
Part of them were the Jesuit.
That's what I was wondering.
Right.
Okay.
So it's a crazy loop. Just in the name.
But every time it gets a little tighter and it gets a little tighter.
And it was
so
like
you can't escape it now.
In recognizing the patterns, like once you've done this and gone down these rabbit holes for a while, like it didn't occur to me to look up King Charles I and II until a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Then I was like, okay.
Why they named them that.
Exactly. Yes. Why they chose to name King Charles III Charles. Because they knew he was going to be King Charles III. And so they keep these laws
and none of his grandchildren. None of his children nor his grandchildren have the name Charles.
Right.
It literally ended.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no King Charles IV.
Right. And there's only, so we already know King Charles I was a bad dude. Then we know King Charles II was totally not for freedom, right? He ended up taking over monarchy and over enacting penal laws to enforce religious affairs.
Right.
So when you get back into U.S. history, the 13 colonies, the state of Georgia, the colony of Georgia, right after Anne Boleyn and all of this, right? We had the king had established his own church after being excommunicated, right? So then we have the Anglican
Right.
churches, and that is what was
The
totally
Anglican. Mhm.
controlled by the king.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Because we're talking, think about this is 1670.
Right.
Georgia was already a colony.
Right.
Right. Okay. So
I get what you're saying. Keep going.
when you go, for anybody who likes history or genealogical records, they'll often tell you you can go into the church records and find the
Right.
births and baptisms and things
Because
of this
it was
nature.
in our Bible to write it down.
Well,
even.
no, this is the thing. It was mandatory to attend service.
Mhm.
If you did not attend service, the
You were
king
tossed in the lion's
no,
den.
the king's men
Mhm.
would come to your door and they would investigate.
Mhm.
And they had to write a report as to why you were not in attendance
Like
on
a sick
service.
day.
Yes. And
You didn't call in sick.
That got forwarded all the way to the king.
Okay.
So he would see these reports in every colony, in every chapel, and all throughout the 13 colonies.
That's real interesting because they've always shoved down our throats that America was a Christian nation.
Yes.
And you're saying what you're saying just nails that in. Not only they weren't free to, they still had to go to a church of some kind, it sounds like.
Yes, they were because you have to understand
a religion.
In 1670,
Yeah.
Everybody in the New World were citizens. They weren't citizens. They were members of the kingdom.
Property.
You understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
they were just allowed to go over here.
Right. They were
go,
still being ruled
right
by the king.
Right.
They were not independent yet.
Right.
And the red-blooded Americans were like, this is some serious bullshit.
I want to be my own now. I want to break away.
I want to, right. So the Quakers were already breaking away, right? You had the Dutch breaking away, right? So at these times when you're Second Anglo-Dutch War,
right? So
you're talking about all these people who did not want to be subjected to King Charles II, right? They were fleeing into Holland. And that's where they got on the ships, the Pilgrims,
right,
and got onto the Mayflower and came over here. Okay, and then the storm had caught them outside the jurisdiction of what the king ordered. How divine!
A divine intervention. I got ya.
And so they set up their own form of governance, independent, right there on the Mayflower. And if you read the Mayflower Compact, it's disavowing right then and there anything to do with the king.
While they're out to sea and it's legal to do so.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And so
see, these are why don't we learn that kind of stuff? I literally have like the Brady Bunch scene as far as the Pilgrims go. That's what I was given.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, it is actually,
I like yours way better. Cool story.
Well, one of the favorite things I like about that story is actually is it Tecumseh? Right? Okay, so young little Indian boy in the 1600s was kidnapped off the shores of Massachusetts by slavers who then took him over to England. He was purchased by two monks who taught him English.
Story,
yes, right?
Mhm.
And then after going through all this education, he wanted to go home. He went home. All his people were dead. Then he went to the neighboring tribe, but there was probably some cultural challenges,
Sure.
and he was always going back to the spot to where his family used to be, the last place he saw them. And then he
Mhm.
looked and he saw on the shore the ships coming, and and then he helped
Mhm.
the pilgrims because he could speak fluent English and already knew their whole customs. And
Right.
then he was the link
So
that
he's
brought
the
them to
Indian
the
that had
native,
dinner.
yes,
I get it.
and
And now we have
connected all
Thanksgiving dinner.
these people. And so the king did not like that,
Sure.
of course. And so there were a lot of trade wars, tariff wars, right?
Right.
We struggled for 100 years.
Didn't we also have in that area, isn't that the time frame of Lewis and Clark? Or
They were after. Okay, so
after the colonization had begun is when we get
yes,
Lewis
you
and Clark,
you get Lewis and Clark, like
Okay.
right after the Louisiana Purchase.
Okay,
Thomas
that's it.
Jefferson. Okay,
Fair
so
enough. Yeah, I got a Tommy book here to read actually. 'Cause
yes,
I'm doing my 13 days.
yes, and he's wonderful. Yes,
yeah, they're wonderful. All right, I've read some interesting things about our founding fathers.
yes.
Okay, keep going.
So this frustration, right?
So the king was not
monarchy,
happy.
yeah, the
Mhm.
monarchy was feeling
Mhm.
about losing the opportunity of having the ability to exploit
Mhm.
the United States or the North American continent was tremendous to them.
Right.
And so then the war never ended is where I'm going with this.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so we went through this period
Of
leading
King
up
Charles.
yes, then we're leading all the way up to our Declaration of Independence, right?
Mhm.
Then we think we've gained our independence, but Britain comes roaring back in the War of 1812, burns down the White House, right?
Right.
And then before we can really even recover,
Mhm.
we're in a civil war.
Mhm. Over slavery, supposedly.
Supposedly. Right.
Mhm.
And when you really look at the economic manipulation that was going on the entire time during this period of the Civil War, how much the United Kingdom had to play, the monarch had to play a part of that.
Sure.
Okay, so
Give me ideas.
well, of course, this was still the most powerful navy in the world.
Right.
And
Who
the
was the most
sponsoring
powerful navy?
United Kingdom at the time, right? Britain.
Right. So Britain's Royal Navy. Mhm.
Yes, their Royal Navy. And so, of course, we know they were involved in other European countries as
Mhm.
well, right? We can get into uh, it'll come to Portugal,
Right.
right?
Mhm.
Going into Africa,
Sure.
right? And Africa being in a civil war,
Right.
that being exploited,
Sure.
right? So immigration as warfare,
Right.
human trafficking as
Right.
warfare, right?
Right.
This is the same themes over and over again, right?
It's just called something different. They've just made it look a little bit different.
Right, but
So
it's
you
the
don't-
same
yeah.
thing. So then you know, we had the contracts agricultural, right? Because the South was agricultural heavy based,
Mhm.
right? And well, this also controlling the agriculture went back to the formation of the colonies because they were saying the king was saying, grow tobacco, not food.
Right.
And so the people were starving because the
They
king
were-
was demanding tobacco instead of food.
Right.
And because tobacco was a hotter commodity,
Mhm.
right? So
Sounds like manipulation of the market.
of the market,
Right.
yes. So the South was heavy agriculture all through
The
the
South was.
Caribbeans,
Mhm.
yes, right? Rum, right?
Right.
Molasses,
Right.
sugar cane,
Right.
right? Kentucky bourbon, all this.
In this where we also get the pirate and
Yes.
stuff.
And so this trade network, global trade network is black market global trade network
Okay.
undermines national security and gave leverage, right? Once America supposedly healed, right? Lincoln actually suspended the Constitution,
Right.
right? Violated several laws,
I read about that.
right?
Mhm.
So each time a war or a crisis was coming up, it was like 9/11, another excuse to crack down on civil
Right.
liberties,
Exactly.
right? So they
I
didn't.
seem to notice that COVID really brought in a lot of challenging what my freedoms are. From just
Right.
having medical misinformation, get out of here
Right.
with that already. You can't speak your mind now. You have to wear a mask. You must do this. You
Yes.
must do that. You have to have a Ring camera. And they just slowly, so that the next generation just grows up with it and they never question it being there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was normal to them.
Right, because their
They
parents
grew
were
up the
forced
whole
into
time.
it. Right.
So
Keep going.
this evolution, right? Okay. Then you have the world entering into World War I, World War II, the banking system, and the creation of the Fed, right? And I'm sure most of your listeners will be familiar with the Club of Rome, all of these secret organizations that we're talking about that was used to funnel money and steal from the poor and, live off of everybody's hard blood, sweat, and tears, right? So each one of these incidences has eroded our security and given back leverage and power to the king. That's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing
because
in real
he's
time
linked with the BAE.
Yes.
Our security, the very thing that is we're talking through.
Yes.
Right.
And so
I should have had that bigger.
Being able to in a way, this is like a new revolution, right? This going and exposing this is like a second version of the Declaration of Independence, right? The king is not allowed in my election,
right?
The king is not allowed in my military,
right? Which
the
is
king is not allowed in my church
because that's the 1776 aligns with things through the generational studies, which is a business science, and it had a hiccup in it where we lost a civil generation. The civil generation, or the heroes, were absorbed into others, and I predicted it, and now there's others predicting it. It's going to happen again. This is where through this fourth turning cycle, we have one bigger loop that kind of resets the clock and gets it all. And after we had the revolution and we got our rights, the cycle is starting again from that crisis, because that was a crisis,
right?
That 20
right.
2777 666 cycle starts again. And ever so many cycles, you have this very large, and you have a world war. They can follow this pattern all the way back.
Yes.
So so this plays really well with this exact event basically happening again, where normal people have to pick up arms to fight for freedoms.
Well, this is the thing. We can also, you can go to another tab and we can look up, how about, I want to get this straight for you because this is very important. Angela Paxton is a senator of Texas. There's a current hearing on state of affairs. Texas is holding, Texas Senate is holding a hearing.
Okay.
It's the State of Affairs Committee. Texas Senate State of Affairs Committee holds a hearing on big tech.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
All eyes on Senator. They even using the all eyes.
Right.
I mean, all eyes on Senator Angel Paxton as Texas Senate takes up her husband's removal.
Right.
So what happened? He was removed.
Well, yes, there is, but this is a sideshow.
Oh, okay.
What you're going to want to do is look up, I'm going to give you the exact words.
Okay.
State of Texas.
State of Texas.
Senate. Committee. State of Affairs.
Enter. Oh, well.
So they had live a broadcast.
I saw that.
On big tech.
Okay.
And they're talking about algorithm manipulation. Okay.
This kind of sounds like something I've been hearing about, a postal problem in Ireland. Okay.
Okay. Now go back up to the top.
Okay.
In your search bar.
Right.
And type in big tech.
Let's see. Big tech subpoenas authorized.
Yes.
Okay, let's click on that one.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Duck. Hey, Punks.
This is crucial.
Hello, turning guns. Okay.
Every state in the union should be hosting hearings such as this.
Okay.
Let's read it. Go for it.
Okay, so big tech's, big tech subpoenas authorized in Texas State Senate Affairs Committee. Look, they're showing them. Bipartisan group of Texas senators have authorized subpoenas to multiple big tech companies in an effort to investigate their role in election interference. Alphabet, Google's parent company, Meta, TikTok, and X were all listed in the subpoena document that was approved unanimously in the Texas State Committee on Wednesday. The subpoena will compel individuals from... Wait a minute, though. I keep reading, and maybe this is irrelevant. I have seen Zuckerberg, whatever his name is, the little twat with the curly hair.
Testify before.
How many times?
Listen,
and he never has an answer.
Let me.
Is this the same thing?
No.
Yes. Okay. Tell me.
Okay. So the difference is between the federal government and the state government.
Okay.
The Zuckerberg and other senior big tech executives have been subpoenaed and have testified before our federal members of Congress.
That's what I've seen.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. What you haven't seen, what is going on currently,
Yes,
is the state of Texas has its own Senate body, and they had their own committees and hearings. They held a special hearing on big tech interference in election security, which is relevant, right?
You wrote in
Yes.
your emails. Yes.
Right. So this is all interconnected. Now, what in the actual hearings, what experts who were sitting on these corporations, senior executives, former senior executives, were discussing algorithms and how they impact election interference and how they impact human life.
Right.
Okay, so what?
In other words, the hypnosis.
Yes. Okay, so we're going to talk about that for a little bit.
Sure, go ahead.
So this.
Well, before you do, I want to point out right here. It gives me an example.
Right. Go for it.
So let me show this example. He says that on Google, with a 14,500 database of users, apparently the Democratic Party users were getting 2.5 times more ads to go and register and go vote than Republican users did. So this is just one of the examples of what this algorithm did. And now that's what they're saying, that manipulating the fact that they wanted Democrats to win. Right. So they got more people voting. Right. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so now what we're going to get into is probably something more in your wheelhouse and what you enjoy.
That's the meaning of life, in case nobody knows. Yes.
The subliminal messages in films, right, and marketing and advertising and their impact on the human brain.
Right.
So marketers invest huge amounts of money in research, right, to better understand how to compel people to purchase or to do something.
Right. Doesn't even
matter. Compel them to action.
Yes. Bingo.
Okay, so this involves and let's be real also, a lot of this was definitely coming out of the CIA, MK Ultra programs, and building on Dr. Mengele's work in Nazi concentration camps and other human torture type experiments that our governments like to engage in.
Right.
So understanding the human brain's reaction to visible stimuli is what is so obviously, right, we understood, we first exploited biology, right, and understanding generally that male female attraction is there, and so in the advertisement, right, it was all sexy beautiful people, right? So this bleeds obviously, of course, and feeds into the whole porn industry and getting addicted and clickbaits, right? So then and this was also bled into the media, right? If it leads, it bleeds. If it bleeds, it leads. Right, because it was about endorphin hits. Endorphin hits were driving views, which was turning around and creating currency. Right? Our thoughts were being generating currency. So
because if I think I want a Coke because I hear a on a commercial, that's my money. That's the currency that taught me.
So now these studies, right? Okay, so let's talk about what AI is.
Right.
AI it really started as a small like little baby steps in evolution. So it went from, and they use our participation to strengthen
Yes.
AI's ability. So you'll see, like first it was autocorrect on your texting, right? To gauge how
well, first it came from click on all the pictures, prove you're not a robot.
CAPTCHA,
those?
Right? CAPTCHA.
Yes,
Right, yes.
These all
Okay,
have
yes,
wheels.
yes,
It's not
right.
proving I'm a
Right.
It's trying to gauge how I view wheels.
Right.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
It was a
yes. So we're helping the AI algorithm, and really what it was is it's the same model as a Google search engine. Is they weight and tag, right? And if you did your SEO right, you could ensure that your shit ranked up at the top if you had enough keywords.
Right. So if I have enough money to add enough keywords or whatever, I win.
Right.
I can buy the boats.
So in the ranking system, what it was doing is it sends out a bot that does a predictive analysis to determine, out of all the possible entries for the next follow-on word, the 99% likelihood is going to be XYZ.
Right. The word.
So then it populates Predicts. That word. So this is a false intelligence. It's just bots and web crawlers.
Right.
And the web crawlers are crawling your information to inform the bots, right? And then it gives you a recall response. So that's what kind of like Chat GPT is.
It's doing the thinking
and AI.
For you.
It's just an extended Google search. All right. So
it is predictive programming.
However, predicting the next weighted word is.
Yeah.
And so the follow-on sequence.
Most likely.
Right?
Likely.
Yes. And so just because it may be the most it doesn't make it accurate.
Right.
You see? And so that's where the nuance is. And when they start relying on AI, they're going to see a reduction in accuracy. So I'll give you some examples. Like I brought up Palantir, right? An AI software company that's really just, it's a bot software that tracks people, their movement and their behaviors, and puts them on a target kill list.
Right.
Okay. So it can misidentify.
Right.
So then what happens is in wartime, what you'll see is civilian casualties. Right. And but really they're misidentified people by AI. Right. And they don't want to let you know that no humans really even controlling.
Right.
Right. And so when you start getting into loitering munitions,
right,
that can hover for years.
Right.
What
is this? Loitering missions that can hover for years.
Yes.
Explain that.
So there are different types of weapons.
Right.
That can be deployed through space.
Okay.
They're called loitering munitions.
Okay.
Because they can float around. They can be solar based. They just hover around, circle around the planet for years. And when they get the kill order or whatever, drop down at will.
Right.
So
you're saying that fertilizer plant could just blow up, or those trains could just crash. or
Yeah. And so
Beirut could just
yes.
be blown off the map as a port because we have other plans for the wheat.
And
I get it.
Understanding the nature of cyber and AI, when you start understanding that you're dealing with simply code, script, literally generated characters, a string of characters, and you start to understand how easy it is to manipulate these systems, you really start to see they're not secure. It's a false pretense.
Right. They're not,
right?
They should not be let loose. Right.
There's no reason for elections to be done on computers. I'm in the paper please crowd.
Right. I like the paper.
Okay.
Please. Right.
Because now we have a whole infrastructure and we're giving millions of dollars to these companies to do what? If you did it with paper, I wouldn't even need an infrastructure. I wouldn't need CISA to guard my election infrastructure.
Right.
Because it's paper. And it's my neighbors that I know that are counting my votes.
Right. I'm there counting.
Right.
I'm in the room.
Right.
They can't.
Right.
They can't slip
Right.
a card
Right.
under their sleeve.
Right.
Right.
So,
but here I have no idea what happens after my
right.
vote leaves.
Right. Because it's going through Fort Gordon and it's going through BAE
Right.
systems and
it could be lost.
Yes.
And then
manipulated.
Right. And anything could happen. Right.
So it's
they'd have to burn the they'd have to make it obvious to lose a lot of paper votes. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's a totally different type
right.
of I agree. I'm not a fan of voting anyway because
right.
I think it's all scammed
right.
who I have to vote for.
Right.
But the idea in itself makes sense. But I see what you're saying. Well, really, it's almost as if they're taking the piss out of us. Like your votes don't count anyway.
Right.
What do you care?
Well,
if an AI does it.
Right. This is you just repeated what Klaus Schwab said.
Well, he channels me. I channel him.
Okay.
We hang out in dark rooms.
Oh God. Yeah. So
Klaus, I joke around and I channel in the devil. I'm channeling the devil right now. He's telling me what he's doing. No,
right.
Yes.
So Klaus said, we don't even need elections because we can predict. Okay. Now, you can also, if you want to, we can open up another page and see how it says, AI can predict how you will vote by just looking at your image.
Right.
Yes, your face.
I love it.
Okay.
That's like when they take your blood and then they can recreate what you look like, and it looks so much like you by a drop of blood.
Wow.
Just by your, have you not heard of that DNA sequence stuff?
Schneiser.
Oh my God. If they give you can get your DNA, and like that, they'll put it into a computer and it will spit out an image of what you look like. And it's crazy. That's from your DNA. That's like a cigarette butt on the ground. I can make who actually smoke this.
Right.
Isn't that nuts? Okay, what am I typing in here?
Okay. Do AI facial recognition.
Okay, AI facial recognition.
Can predict your vote.
Okay, let's do it. Okay. Do you want me to do that for you?
Okay.
All right, just hang on a second. And you
let's see what pops up. So I think by us exposing this stuff, my goal is to destroy CISA before elections.
Right.
So that's a huge lofty goal. And I know the king's not going to be really happy about it. But you know what? As a red-blooded American, he can stick it where the sun don't shine, right? And I don't think this should be acceptable to any American.
Well, this is interesting. This is why I love dates. Because it actually has one from 2021 and of course one that's brand new.
Right.
From 24.
Yes.
And this one is on news. That one comes from Nature. Now Nature is going to be a periodical for people that don't watch the news.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So they got it a few years before we did.
Right.
The Washington Post.
Right.
And
everybody's already over it.
Okay,
they already know, right?
Human rate. Okay. American Psychology Association.
Yes.
And that's my kind I enjoy. Let's see. This is recent. One study shows that facial recognizational algorithm images of neutral face. Take the baby and they would show them. And did you hear that?
Yeah,
What
that
was
was
that?
I don't know.
That's weird.
That was weird.
Okay. Let's click here. It sounded like a voice or
alert.
something, didn't it? Or an alert.
A vibration.
Right?
Something was vibrating. Like an old pager.
Yeah,
it sounded like an old pager vibrating.
It sounded like some kind of something for sure. Here.
Pretty wild, huh? All this stuff that I'm just
fabulous fun. I'm waiting for this page to load. I'm wondering if we got lost again.
Oh, we'll see. I'm interested to hear any comments.
Okay, if you can't trust your post office, who can you trust? Fujitsu and the Royal Post. That's what I was saying earlier, Ulick, about that. Post. It reminded me of some of the post office stuff. Who's turning guns? Is this someone we know? I don't recognize the name.
Well, I did share it on X.
Right.
I don't know if
well, because this is my backup channel,
right.
I don't actually have a lot of people
sure,
wrenched up or spannered up. They're not knighted yet. We say they're knighted. And here you got a blue knight, you become a knight. You wield the power. Okay, here it is. All right, so let me go back over here. Just making sure I wasn't missing anything. Okay, facial. So this is on the psychology website.
Right.
Okay, just so that it's on the .org, APA. Facial recognition technology and human raters can predict political orientation from images of expressionless faces, even when controlling for demographics and self-preservation. So here's the abstract. I love research papers. Carefully standardized facial images of 591 participants were taken in the laboratory while controlling for self-preservation and facial expression, head orientation, and image properties. They were presented to human raters and a facial recognition algorithm. Both humans and the algorithm could predict participants' scores on a political orientation scale, correlated by age, gender. So that just basically is telling me that I can look at somebody by their hair color and their clothes and what side they're going to lean on. Because this is saying both AI and humans.
Right. However, what the studies I was looking at, right, were just the facial image only.
Yeah.
Like behind a green screen.
I say so.
Motion. Face. Yeah, just a face.
So you don't have any
with no clues. Expression of emotion.
Okay. Yeah, that's
like the resting face.
Right. That's interesting. Yeah, so that's the one predicting.
So Klaus Schwab was saying that through AI we already knew
face shape.
We already knew how people were going to vote. So you're saying
that even if I didn't let them know that I was Republican on my site, if I looked like it, they were 2.5 more times likely to hit me with Republican just because I looked like a Republican, basically.
Or they may use that to block.
Look, I have to verify I'm a human.
Right.
To even go to their site. No thanks.
So the idea, right, that that they may be blocking people's channels, even if you're not discussing politics.
Right.
Oh, they just don't like They don't want you to even have an opportunity to have a chance to grow.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
never
off
going to get
at
to
the-
1,000
Right.
subs.
You're automatically cut
Mhm.
off based
Mhm.
upon what the algorithm
Right.
says. Right.
Mhm.
So I don't have my picture out there. I have one
Right.
picture on the internet of me,
Right.
and everybody used to be like, "Why?" And I'm like,
Well,
if you
I
only
don't like
knew,
my picture taken,
Right.
honestly.
And I
a
don't wanna
real
put it out
camera
there.
with film where you're going to develop it in
Right.
your back bedroom.
right,
Take all the pictures of me you
Right.
want.
don't put that shit on the internet.
But I do not want a digital item taking pictures of me.
Right.
I do not feel safe in doing so. Yeah.
So
Not that they don't exist. I'm just
right,
few and far between. you
yes.
know.
So this is where they want to take us,
Mhm.
right? To this AI dominated world
Mhm.
controlled by these algorithms that are sponsored and ran by the Department of Defense and CISA.
Right.
And that's just not, I don't see that when I read the Constitution. I do not see when it says, the executive branch shall maintain a standing army. It doesn't say go out there and hire a conglomeration of third party corporations and
Right.
Congress shall manage that and blah blah blah. And
You talk
you
about
know-
kissing rings or anything.
Right.
Either.
So I think now there is, given this information,
Right.
right? How are you still going to insist
Mhm.
that we have elections on this software?
Right. Mhm. Just a
So,
basic
yeah,
question.
you can't,
Forget any
right,
conspiracies about
right.
it. This
just-
company is run. Well, I asked that same question. If we already know, I'll just use this basic. This is just a huge one. If we already know that China uses a lot of slave labor, we should not do deals with countries who knowingly inflict damage or harm to others.
Okay, so
It goes as simple as that. So
Look.
why would we? That's a conflict of interest
Look.
beyond conflicts of
okay,
interest.
so then
And okay, she's pulling back out the report here. I'll pull up
yes,
the image here. I do have it.
yes, yeah,
Give
pull
me
up
a
that, yeah.
second. Oh man, this is fun. Okay, I'm show you what she's reading out of now. As she's looking it up, I'm pulling up the picture. Yeah, I hope that our friends will come back. If you have the ability to save this stream on your computer or a hard drive of some sort, you might find that to be interesting. You might want to do that. I think this is good enough stuff. Oh, you've got a page open. You know where
To
it's
China.
at. Oh,
Go ahead and
China.
read it.
Okay, hang
Biden
on.
in China. You can
I
read that
will.
to your.
Okay. And let's see. Did it open that image? Hang on. I'm trying to find this. Oh, no. Oh, hang on. I did the wrong thing. I see what I have to do here.
There it is.
Yeah. Do you see how it's acting? Oh, there it is. It's coming up right here. Okay.
Okay.
So now I just have to wait for it to open.
Right. Yes.
I want everybody to see what I'm looking at here.
Yes.
I can even, it just takes so long to do it, but we've got it here. I think. Let me see now if it shows up here. Where is it? Oh, it just took this one. Look at this. What is going on here? Hang on.
We had a lot of
Yeah,
tabs
let
open.
me close.
We had a lot of fun going over this stuff today.
Yeah, this has been a trip, man. with nothing necessary.
Right.
Here, give me that paper so I can put it folded over. You make me nervous.
Oh,
hang on. Oh, we're stuck in limbo. Here.
okay.
Okay. Whoa. We're gonna just do this. Okay. Okay, there you go. Okay, go back. All right. Now I gotta close. I'm waiting for this to close. Okay, and now I've got Rainbow Wheels of Death again. Okay, so this is I'm reading this. Just this here.
Yes.
China, it says.
Yeah.
So Hunter viewed himself as an unfulfilled artist, and he said as much in his semi-fictional memoir, Beautiful Things. Oh, Jesus. Definitely. You have to let me keep this.
Oh, this is
for a
great.
minute and let me share these. I don't want to read this whole thing. Let me just do this. You will recall that Hunter graduated with a bachelor's degree in history. Right there tells me he's uneducated. You know, he's going to Yale, but he has a degree in history. I mean, silly.
Right.
Okay. He wrote a poem of all things for his application to Yale Law School. He did?
Oh my God, I want to see the poem. That would be fucking epic.
You know what that makes me think of? That makes me think of that. Remember that Legally Blonde movie?
Oh gosh.
Where
yes.
she sends it scented,
right?
And pink pear. That's
yes,
it. Yeah, I gotta get over there. I'm still in limbo, so I'm still working on it. Okay, I see it now. Let's see if we can get it pulled up. See what I'm reading from. He did not even attempt to enter high finance until his dad was preparing to be vetted for the vice president slot by Obama, after Obama's folks told Joe's son to drop his shameless registered lobbying grift. Now it makes me think of that Black Sheep movie. He's like, get him out of town. He's fucking him out. Right. Send him off somewhere.
Right.
Oh my God, that's beautiful. Should be right here, but of course, yes, it's not. Channel has lost permission. Oh no.
Oh, did I
I've
get you in
permission
trouble
to share my screen?
Oh my gosh.
No, surely that's silly. That makes no sense. Can I share this screen? Yes, it just won't let me share. Okay, let me try it again then.
Okay.
Because it did let me go there, didn't it? But it won't load that preview, does it? Oh, what fun. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Okay, let's try again now.
Turning guns at Lizardburg.
Okay, no, it's not. That's crazy. All right, let me see if I can do this. No. Oh, that's nuts that it won't let me.
I thought you were able to share it earlier.
Not as an image. Like it's saying, I don't know how to share it. It's not letting me share this screen here. So I'm not sure how to. I was wondering if I could open with, like something like that.
Or you can, you know what you can do?
Yeah, I'll just make it a thumbnail or something.
Or yes, and then you can also go online. Oh yeah, click on a new page. And type in Marco Polo.
Well, I'll just tell him the book. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I just wanted them to see that I had it in my hand. Like I was actually holding it.
Yes.
Okay, so I had yarn behind it and my mini Maddie. Okay, so everybody knew it was me sharing this. Okay, so a debate. Let's see. Yeah, we know about some of this. What is going on with the Sam's contact? Not sure that's the same. He came to New York City looking for powdered milk, and we've done an initial pitch with him in New York. What the fuck? Over lunch on real estate. China's richest man, literally. We're going to follow on real estate pitch and just general. We can be your agent in U.S. conversation. Wow.
Yeah, the
So
hookup.
he's in there.
With the world's richest man in
Yeah.
China. They ain't playing.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I'll just sit down and we'll go through it until we get tired of it.
I
We'll
mean,
go again
it is
later.
like off the chain.
Okay, so leave this with me, and I'll do
Okay.
an audiobook version of it, unless there is one. So maybe somebody's done.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
That would be fascinating.
Okay, I'll do it.
Okay.
We'll see. I'll probably get hit for it, but I'll do it anyway. I'm rotten already if I can't live up to my name.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Well, I think that's kind of brought us up to speed
Yes.
on where we're at. So the next phase, where I was at this morning when I
Yes.
called you, is I was taking a timeout, just kind of absorbing
Right.
what the significance is, and that I feel privileged actually be able to have an open communication line with the Pentagon
Sure.
and to be able to present this.
I find that says a lot about your character. It to how you write. You're so well written and very simple.
Right.
Right. You definitely have a gift or a superpower here.
Well,
So you should be proud of yourself.
it's an opportunity for us all.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm open to fielding questions,
Right.
and I'm sure your listeners will know how to reach you.
Sure.
And I will continue, right? Because the next phase for me is I'm beginning, just like I did this for the Department of Defense,
right.
doing the official inquiry for Department of Homeland Security.
Right.
So that's where my focus is going to be, and that'll be going out on Monday. So I'm already going to be taking the next 48 hours to really come up with some critical questions. And they don't have to be just size up or elect, because now we're getting into Homeland Security.
Right.
So I feel like it's a great opportunity, kind of like how I also added in the American Air, commercial passenger airlines
Right.
being used by DOD to move military equipment and personnel. I think that's
So those are all contracts that get made with the
department.
airlines. When you
Yes.
make a contract
Yes.
that you on this flight
Yes.
will take something for us.
Yes.
Okay. That was a buzzer.
Yeah.
Is that your phone?
No, I don't think
Oh,
so. I don't
don't
know.
know.
Maybe it is.
Well,
but
your phone doesn't light up. You typically, if
Yeah.
you get a buzz, it lights up or something.
yeah.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I'm at in this process. And so I'm kind of curious and thinking about, while I have this opportunity, what are some of the hot topic questions that we as citizens, taxpayer dollars,
World citizens, because we have people that don't live in our country who are, that is what they're dealing with as well in their country.
right.
This
Right.
just isn't about America.
Right. No,
Okay?
I
This
know.
is a global
I
problem you
understand
fell on.
that.
Yeah.
No, I
So
understand.
I
that.
love that you're getting, we have,
If we can
this is
cut-
something
if I
everyone
can
should
cut-
be concerned
yes.
about.
If I could cut the snake off the head
Mhm.
inside, this is what I'm saying. Like,
Let me get you
us
this.
little puny citizens going up against the king. And that's what I really feel like. Like I was telling you, like, it was just a couple of farmers.
Yes, talk to them. I'm getting you coffee.
Okay. just a couple of farmers that were taking the courage to lay it all on the line and having faith that in so doing that their sacrifices would not be in vain. And I think that's important to keep in mind. So every day that I'm here, this is what I'm working on, dedicated to trying to help make the world a safer place by educating our citizens, holding our government accountable, maybe makes me want to listen to the Royals song again while she is getting me a cup of coffee. And I appreciate everybody being on here. And if anybody has any, no, I do not have a channel. I started a little bit on social media when Twitter first came out, and ultimately I had a lifetime ban. And then Elon Musk, when he bought it, I was able to get an account. So I am on X as a Puny Citizen. And but I don't post too much. But what I post is relevant to the deeper discussions that we had today. I don't know if I could. I thought about having a channel. I probably have enough content, but that's a commitment. And I don't know. I got a lot of other stuff. Oh, that's so sweet. You guys are great.
Yes, that's yours.
How do you pronounce this person's name?
Kieran. Mm-hmm.
Okay, wonderful.
I believe he is in Scotland. I think It's a Duck is in California.
Okay.
I know Charming's in Canada. BB's in America. Where are you at, BB? If you're still in here. Punks is in Australia.
Wow. The Aussies down under. And I've spent plenty of time in California, and I'm sorry. I feel like the government of California has done a tremendous disservice.
I could be wrong. I don't know. It's a Duck might be like,
oh,
I'm from
right.
English for fuck's sakes. I don't know.
Well, I think in a weird way, California is very interesting, right? I think there was actually
own place by itself.
No, there was actually something very interesting that just came out this week about the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Right, Californication.
Yeah, Californication.
Okay.
David Duchovny played in the film Californication. Remember, there was the film, and David Duchovny from the X-Files. You know.
Yes.
He was the lead of that. Film.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong, maybe in another timeline, but I'm pretty sure that's true.
And
so the Red Hot Chili Peppers thing. Well, where did I have no idea where I got it from? He's no Scott. You Irish. Sorry. See how they do?
Right.
Look how they do.
Right.
Get all crazy.
Right.
And Punks will be like, she got mine right. So one up. Anyway.
Well,
I don't think you can offend these guys. They'll get over it anyway.
Right. We're all thick-skinned.
So tell me where you are from. Everybody give out a location, unless you just feel some type of way. Say I'm in outer space, and it's all right.
Well, originally I'm from Texas, but having been in the military, traveled all over the world. My daughter was born in what they call Fort Lewis McChord. At the time, it was just Fort Lewis. You were asking me earlier about the Lewis and Clark Trail.
Yes, tell me.
I do have a really kind of neat story.
Okay.
So when I was stationed first, I was stationed with the Big Red One. That is the 1st Infantry Division, right? It's a very historical unit that played a massive role in World War II.
Right.
And I was honored to be a member of the Big Red One. Hoo-ah!
Hoo-ah!
And so after being stationed there in Fort Riley, Kansas, right?
Kansas.
Yes.
Kansas everyone would know that as Dorothy.
Yes. And it is very flat, and it is like surrounded by cornfields. I thought it was pretty cool. So then I was stationed in Germany.
Okay.
And I had the unique privilege of being able to ship my car, my little Honda, my little 5-speed, to Germany.
Right.
And take it on the Autobahn. How fucking cool is that? Right. So the port is at St. Louis.
Right.
Right, where the customs, where they would put you drive your car onto the ship, it gets loaded on, and then there's sails across.
Right.
I thought that was so cool. So I'm in St. Louis, and
St. Louis has the arch.
Yes, so I'm standing at the arch.
Right.
And because I gotta go see it, right?
Of course you do.
Now this is so crazy how things work. So standing at the arch, and I see this grandfather with his granddaughter. And he's giving her like a living history lesson, right? Like there. And he was like, he told me, he said, we're gonna do the entire Lewis and Clark Trail.
Okay.
And I'm gonna teach her all about it. And I was like, oh, how right on, man.
Right.
And I just thought how special that was to me, and it just kind of hit me. And so I go to Germany. I do my tour in Germany, and then I get duties for my next station, which ends up being at Fort Lewis. The other side, the end of the trail.
Right.
Right. So I thought that was kind of, and I at the time when I shipped my car, I had no idea that 2 years later I would find myself being stationed at the end of the trail.
Right.
So I left the continent kind of like at the beginning of the arch.
Right.
And then when I came back to the continent, I was at the end of the
over the rainbow.
Yes. And I had my baby.
You had a slingshot.
I had my so how cool. I mean, it's like little things like that I found intriguing and made me feel alive. Right? Like there's something to this.
Something greater.
Yes, there's something magical to this whole experience that we have called life.
Yeah.
And what are we gonna do with it?
I don't know.
Yeah, and this is what yes, exactly. Give them when you try to stomp on me.
Yeah.
Right? Because I don't like bullies.
Right.
And what I see the government doing to us is trying to be a big old bully. What I see the king trying to do is be a big old bully. And I think we should stand up against the bullies in the right way.
Yeah.
You know, while our president said he's got his F-16s, right? Talking about fighter jets.
Right.
Why you want to threaten me with your fighter jet? And I just got a couple of questions.
Right. Before you do, let's look at the.
Right.
It's my turn to address the judge, the jury.
I can't believe they. Like, do you know the reason why this is so beautiful?
Yes, do tell me.
Let me share with you because we just watched.
Okay.
We just watched one of the most scandalous things in world history.
Oh, which one? Do tell me.
I'm talking about CISA becoming an organization within the federal government,
right?
Giving the military total control to run our elections, all this bullshit. Right? So we know that Trump's part of the Uniparty and he's a deep stater, right? We already know that, right? Or do I need it?
No, we're okay. We're caught up.
Okay.
None of us believe Trump is any better.
Right.
Right.
So Trump created this mechanism to
explain that further, what you mean by that. So are you saying that Trump
created
CISA? Or no, he did something really bad?
Trump created CISA.
He's the president that signed that into action.
Yes, and became an entire department.
He trumped everyone.
And so while he claims the election was stolen, he stole it from himself on purpose
to expose this.
No.
Oh no. Right.
To allow it to roll.
So he wanted to lose. He
Yes. Right.
So now,
so this is the whole.
Okay. So now lately, I've been getting commercials.
Okay.
And so I'm just going. Let me just say this is just the commercial, and I just took note. And the commercial was showing all of these Supreme Court judges being sworn in, saying that no one is above the law.
Right.
Not even the president.
Right.
And then they say, are we going to hold Trump accountable?
Right.
They don't tell me what he's done.
Right.
They're just showing me all of these Supreme. So they're already setting up for me that these
this
are
narrative.
The people.
Right. Okay. So, if our
because every president has been shady, so if they uphold it for one,
listen.
Yes.
If our citizens were educated and understood our Constitution, right? Congress is responsible for oversight of the executive branch of government. Let me repeat that.
Yes.
Over and over and over again.
A couple more times.
The Congress, United States Congress, is responsible for overseeing the executive branch. That means the president answers to Congress. That means that every Department of Home, every agency within the executive branch reports to Congress.
Executive like a business?
No. As in, there's 3 branches of government.
Right.
The judicial branch.
Executive branch too. Aren't they enthralled with all of the businesses?
Okay. Let me explain this.
Okay.
First, it's important to understand the legal responsibilities charged to the executive branch and how they choose to go about fulfilling their responsibilities. Okay, those are 2 separate things.
Yeah.
So the first thing is the executive branch is charged to carry out the laws of the United States set forth by the Constitution and Congress.
Okay.
That's what it exists for.
Right. To uphold the law.
Yes.
Okay.
And every department within the executive branch is designed to do that.
So that's our airwaves.
No, that is Secretary of State,
right?
Department of Defense, right? CISA.
But what do they control for me?
Department of Agriculture, right? I mean, right, everything.
Okay. what I see, what I eat, what I wear.
Yes. Now, Congress is supposed to be in charge of all of them.
Right. Okay.
And keeping them in check.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is Congress isn't doing their job.
No, clearly not.
Okay, but Congress is too stupid to keep these motherfuckers in check. And they're not incentivized either, right? Because we know that there's lobbyists. We know they're getting their cut, right?
They get paid to vote a certain way.
Yes. Every word. And every word that is spoken is paid for, right?
That makes me think
I charge $500 a word.
Right.
I'm a walking commercial.
But that's what a pharmacist did to doctors. Remember when we had the pharmacists that were going, like the pharmaceutical companies that went to doctors' offices and gave them cars and things that they would promote their
and they had parties, and they had NDA parties
for lunch,
and inside those parties they were getting all cray before they had their little orgies and stuff. Yeah,
well, we
already all know that. Hunter, it's
all I do.
Yes, Johnny Rotten. Johnny Rotten is going to be educating you all about the lavish parties.
But this is just, he's a peon.
He
is used.
He's a slave.
My question to you,
he's an
because he
child.
Was set up. Yes. All right. His laptop was
his whole life. I have a lot of empathy for Hunter.
I do. He's been controlled from the get-go.
Yes.
He's still a dick.
I mean, and could you imagine if your dad was totally abusing you and he's the most powerful
allowed to be set
president?
Up.
Who's gonna come to your defense?
Right.
Right? The Secret Service let those kids down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, we could just go on and on about the Secret Service.
Well, all they do, they're the same. Look, there's two types of outcomes. You either have those that are abused physically or those that are neglected emotionally. These two extremes create the same outcome.
Yes.
There's no in between. These two, overindulgence and underindulgent. Overprotected and underprotected, which is what they use, those terms I used in the generational cycles. Overprotected and underprotected always create the same outcome. And the outcome is selfishness,
extremes.
Yes, they don't mind killing. They're void of compassion and emotion. And they say things like, the Bible will say things like "in His image," right? And I think of that because when we stopped breastfeeding, when we started putting babies in daycare at 6 weeks, we were breaking the bond of the mother and child. We were abusing them.
The government was
neglect.
The government's manipulation of the economy put it to where it had to promote two family households working. Right. Everything was designed to weaken the family and to prevent the man from being able to have numerous children and support them all. Right. We couldn't have that. We couldn't have so many competitors. We couldn't have a whole bunch of successful people.
Right.
Well, because that would be too many would be to control if everybody was successful. Yeah. How fabulous would that be? Right. So keeping the puny citizen down. And so this whole trope about women's rights, getting them into the workplace, demanding equal wages so that they can just have more of a tax base, right? Then the next thing you know, they got all these illegal immigrant children they're making money off of. So we could go down many rabbit holes. And maybe this is just the start of the conversation. Yes.
So we don't have to do 4 hours.
Yeah, it was a lot.
2 hours is good, but
you could probably break it up into maybe two parts, or like go back and edit.
You can come back tomorrow if you want.
I don't know about that, but I do have to work. We're building a garage and a barn, and
So we'll go out with that. We've got 10 minutes left, or 8 minutes. Why don't you tell us what you actually do outside of
all this? Yeah.
What is your career path at the moment? You don't have really a career path, but you have a goal for the future.
I believe in doing what we can to reverse injustices. So, like my concern about families being able to develop and make it in a healthy way. So, providing housing is a big thing. So, I'm working on developing the land and providing affordable, nice housing for families and veterans. And I'm currently we got a sawmill, so we were
You're opening a trade school, is that correct, to teach veterans how to build houses?
Yes, we aspire to get there. It's looking like it's concerns about the timeline and America's timeline.
Like at a time.
Yes. And I'm hoping that if I can do my part by exposing this, I can buy us all a little more time, because I still got a lot of work to do.
Right.
But
you have the land.
Yeah.
You have buildings.
Yeah.
So it is happening. It's not this isn't still a pipe dream. And where did you come up with the money to start this foundation? The government gave it to her.
Yes. And I give it all away.
She won a big settlement. And
yes. And so now,
she's loud and proud.
Yes. So we
got a true American hero. That's what you are.
I don't know about that, but
well, maybe not a hero.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure.
I get it. A puny citizen.
I'm an American.
You
are
an
American.
Yes.
You love this country and what it originally was standing for.
Yes.
You believe in that.
Yes.
And that's what you want to preserve.
Yes. And I find these things as obstacles to our civil liberties. And I believe that they should be called out for that.
Yeah. For doing what they're doing. You just want to say, I see you.
Yeah.
You might kill me with a tainted salad, but I saw you.
Yeah.
I know exactly who you are. And I'm telling the others in the ether where you can't get me. I don't know how it works. But.
The other department within the executive branch besides CISA, a lot of people say CISA, whatever. I call it CISA. Is the State Department.
They're sizing you up with their analytics.
The State Department.
Yeah.
The State Department's really wicked. It holds a lot of all the power.
Yeah.
Right. Because all the orders to go overseas are all cut out of the State Department. Right. Any flight, any DOD, anything moving is going out of the State Department, and they wield a lot of power, and their foreign policies are purposely disastrous. Right. And then that could lead us into...
So what are you saying? Hang on. Let me just make sure I'm understanding. So the State Department would be, I'm putting this in cartoon form.
Sure.
Okay. I'm simplifying it to circles and squares and triangles. So the State Department would be over, there would be one or a representative or representatives from each state that met somewhere all together, like 50 of them in a room. Okay, explain to me what the State Department is then.
Okay. When Obama was president, Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State.
Right.
Okay, this is the most senior official in the executive branch over foreign policy. Every embassy around the world
being a state, all one. So why do they call it the State Department? Because it's confusing in my brain.
I understand. It has nothing to do with the 50 states.
Right. Okay. Explain. So they're just stating something.
No.
Oh, okay. What does it mean?
Okay. And if you understand the vocabulary term of the word state.
Okay, do that.
Okay, it's interchangeable for government bodies. Right. So you could call a nation state. Right. And so the State Department within the federal government is a branch, right? A little department that controls all the embassies, U.S. foreign embassies around the
Okay.
world, the CIA, right? These, anything that's happening outside of the United States
Yes.
in every other fucking country
Right.
is run out of the United States State
State
Department.
I got you now. I'm on page.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So Hillary Clinton and the whole embassy, where she said it all got started because a YouTube video went viral that was total Benghazi, right? And then you have Americans. What difference does it make?
Right.
Right? Oh,
I wish you could see her. She's just, her little ponytail is going. Okay.
So I took serious issue.
Right.
Right. So
I take it you're not a fan of Democrats. Would that be
no, it's not even that.
Okay.
Okay. Hillary and Trump are friends.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
They go hunting
they went,
together.
and they went to each other's weddings.
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
Right.
Okay. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Basketball players are hanging out with each other.
I'm not
off the
down for
The court.
corruption.
Right.
I'm not down for anybody who's going to take away your civil liberties or my civil liberties,
Right.
because they came from God, and these
Right.
people aren't God. And I'm here to tell you that.
Right.
And I ain't backing down.
Right.
That's what this is about.
Right.
And I'm bringing it straight to them.
I'm just having like the process, the courtroom of the triangle with the judge head and then the red and the blue just back and forth going. And what's next on the docket? Global warming. And then here we go. We're going to watch a globe. And then next one is immigration. And then the next on the docket this week is
what's really coming up, and
Okay.
what's the most crucial thing that's happening on the planet
right. Tell me.
is what is going on with Trump and Jerusalem.
Okay. And then I have a question for you.
But we don't have enough time going on Trump and Jerusalem.
I think a
But
lot
that
of us are
is
familiar anyway.
I don't
Like,
know. What
Not the details.
yeah,
but we
the
definitely
truth
read the
bombs and the
headline.
insider
Yeah.
information that I got for you.
Yeah. I
That's
have
gonna
it
be
as a
good.
book on my shelf. I just haven't opened it up and read it. You know, I
Right.
just kind of assumed it's going to go here on the conspiracies section, right?
Right.
I
right.
already know where I'm going to put this one. This is the nonfiction. But now I have a question for you.
Sure.
So in generational cycles, you know, we're in the fourth turning. I know that you're at least somewhat familiar with that, being my friend for so long. We're in the crisis stage. And then, you know, we come out of that. We have the spring, and then we're going to get back. That's the prophet, because out of the crisis rises the prophet, right? Did you know that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then that'll sit for 20 years roughly. And then we go into the next where we have the high. And in the high, everybody's doing good. Everybody's happy.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see the cycle begin again, right? The unraveling, the crisis.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
Yes.
the
Yes.
enlightenment.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And then the crisis
Yes.
again.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in a crisis now. So
Mhm.
imagine what our high will look like. Taking what you believe is happening now, put yourself into the 20-year future, which is
I've already.
2030.
Yeah.
Tell me, which they love that number. Tell me what you think their high is going to look like.
Oh, they're high.
Right. You can give me both.
Well, I think King Charles Emblem.
What do you think their
says-
idea of a good time will be for whoever follows along with them?
All you have to do for that is to go back and look at Nero.
Okay.
Right now, so what did it mean to be a part of royalty or the royal class or part of the emperor's court? Okay, what it meant, let me tell you.
Yeah.
When they went through their little festivals and their little pagan shit, They demand everybody how to be out there, right? And you got your little, it's like a fair, right? And everybody's got their booths and all this stuff. Well, if you were royal, right, you had total dominion over these people.
Right.
You could go up and rape and pillage anybody.
Right.
Demand them to do anything.
Right.
Right. So now we're getting back into, oh, bring me John the Baptist's head.
Right.
You know, this kind of shit. Right. When you are so gluttonous, right, when you have everything,
right,
and nothing's a struggle, then the only high you get out of it is like a sadistic. Right? How can I break you down?
Right.
Right. And so you're getting a joy, a kick out of mockery, humiliating people, you know, and so this is nothing new either.
Right.
So it's just like, but what we're seeing as we're going through these ages and stages is the intensity rising and accumulating, and we're going to see what they want is the rise of the monolith, right? And that rise of the monolith is that top-down governance over carbon, of over every element, right? And so then we can talk about engineering, plasma-based engineering, and AI and nuclear fusion. That's kind of where I'm at. And what that means for total efficiency and 0-point energy. So we're right on the cusp. Right, the med beds have already been released.
Yeah.
Right, we already know about frequency and light healing.
Right.
Rejuvenation, longevity research, the eugenics, everything's already, yes. Peter Thiel is the owner of Palantir, founder of Palantir, baby. Right.
I knew he was involved. Of course. His hands are in fucking everything. Sicko. I love him. Him and I hang out in my dreams.
Yeah. Him and Klaus.
That's how I'm coming back with all this information. I'm infiltrating him while I'm sleeping.
Right.
I'm reading his mind. He's
right.
Like, get out of here. I know you're here, Joni.
Right.
And I'm like,
you're right.
I know what you are, you scumbag.
Right. Exactly.
To quote a friend.
Well, this kind of gets me back to my interest in the State Department and one of its infamous branches. They have like these sub branches and they just spread out everywhere, right? So their connection with USAID and the United Nations and the NGOs being government fronts for terrorism. And then they use reporters, right? And we can go into, can you pull up one more image for us? Let's do it. A rough guide to hell.
Yeah, read through the chat because they really are enjoying listening to you. And I'm not interacting with them as much because we're chatting.
Yes.
So they're just kind of, it's more like a podcast, but they are enjoying what you're doing. Okay. Give me that again.
Okay. A rough guide to hell.
A rough guide to hell. Oops. Hello.
Okay, this was the economy. No, just hit there.
But it's giving me artwork.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
This is the Economist cover. Yes, boom, pick it up, baby.
Yes,
now
I'm gonna
examine this. This is great.
Are you guys down for staying here a little bit longer?
Okay, so we're gonna get educated on what a rough guide to hell looks like.
All right, well, let's make sure that it's coming in clear here.
Yeah, we want a very clear picture.
Maybe that one's not the best one. Let's see.
There. Yes.
Okay. Oh, I like it. I've seen this in my dreams before. Let me see. I don't think this is sharing on the screen. No,
yeah. Let's put it on the screen. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be great.
I've seen this.
So, okay. I will share a little personal story with you guys, like in my Bible studies and stuff.
Yes.
really getting into the feast holidays. And for the first time, we were celebrating Sukkot, and it on the night of October 7th. At the bonfire, I was telling people, there was these little kids and they were talking to me, and they were saying, "Oh, you want to move to Argentina?" And I said, "Well, I'm thinking about it." And they were like, "Why? Because of war?" And I was like, "Well, it's not really for little kids to be, me talking to you guys about this." And like one of the kids was crying and stuff. It made me just like break my little heart. And I was like, yeah, okay, y'all are going to have to grow up and understand, yes, there's war coming. And then I went to bed, and then I woke up in the morning and Israel had been attacked. Right, now let's scroll up to the top.
Okay, let me make it big.
This was published, right? The first recording I could see this was December 2011.
So this is like I pet goat thing.
Yes, this is
right, or those cards,
those
Illuminati.
Yes, but this
cards.
Was on the Economist cover.
The Economist cover,
magazine.
Right.
Keep going.
Okay.
Aha. What do we see here?
The devil versus Hamas.
Hamas on a hang glider.
Right. Well, the British journalists looking at it.
Yes, with bullets shooting, right, on a hang glider
with the Jews,
Benjamin Netanyahu, right, the president of Israel, right, and it says Hamas, right,
Israel.
Now, on
what year is this?
This was published in
2012.
It was, yes.
A
so
gift that keeps on giving.
In 2023,
yeah,
on December 7th, guys dressed up in Hamas outfits got on a hang glider with machine guns, flew over Israel, and started shooting everybody.
Right. Did he?
Oh, you didn't know that?
I don't know. I don't really pay that much attention to this.
This
kind
is
of stuff.
what actually happened.
Yeah.
Hang gliders with machine guns were mowing down Israelis at a concert that was about peace with Hamas.
Right.
So, okay.
You can't make this
You cannot make this shit up.
Again.
Now, look at what's in the background.
Is that, well, that looks like the king.
That's Big Bend. Right. This is the Thames River.
Right.
The Thames, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, okay, this is down here we have Putin.
Right.
We have, this is the president of Syria.
Right.
Okay, this is Ahmadinejad.
Right.
Right. This was the dictator, right? That we knocked out. There's little Rocket Man. Look at Uncle Sam drunk on the oil.
The sloth with with Merkel.
Yes, and this is Matt Gaetz.
That's who?
Matt Gaetz.
I don't know if I know who that is.
No, look, and that's Fauci back there in the
That's cute. And this was on The Economist.
Yes.
This is the
Hacker Center.
Yeah. Climate
Obama.
Change whenever he feels like it.
On the Pride boat.
Oh, Pride. Oh, beautiful. And this is the Bitcoin. What is this?
Yeah, that's the euro.
The euro. It's going as you go through the tunnel into the COVID. You gotta enter the tunnel and come out.
The wall of greed, right? Envy. And you get the Republicans, right? You get the French, right? They're all going into the mouth of the greed. Yeah. And then LIBOR, right?
What's that?
That is banking, Global Banking Association.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Excellent. And then we just got
Petraeus, right? When he was having a love affair with a journalist and leaking secrets to her.
Right.
Yes. And I think that is supposed to be Colin Powell.
Is it?
I think so. No, it's
Yeah.
it's General Colin Powell, and then you got
Oh,
India
okay.
and China, right, with the
Working.
coal.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoving up the
Right.
carbon, right, burning everything. Yes, getting it all polluted for us.
Dumping you out.
Climate change, right?
Yeah.
And then the devil's holding the exact.
economist.
Yes.
That's brilliant.
And there's Simon.
There's Simon. He's singing. Oh, look at that. Nice.
That's a whole education in itself.
Nice.
And maybe we should just end there.
Definitely. Right. Well, I appreciate everybody that stuck with us.
Yeah,
And,
it's been fun, man.
Yeah. I know people are just now showing up. This is a good stream. I really suggest and recommend everybody go back and listen from the beginning. You can speed it up.
Yeah, and
listen
also
to it in half the time.
if you leave comments
yeah, she can
afterwards,
answer 'em.
and the leave questions, like I said, if you have questions that you'd like posed to Department of Homeland Security or the Pentagon, let us know. I'd be interested to hear what your questions are.
Right.
So,
Get some conversations going.
yes, ma'am. Well, thank you
right.
for having
Yes.
me and hosting me, and it was fun. We'll see you on the other side.
Well, and we're going to bounce out because everybody loves to bounce out.
Okay.
So we're going to say bounce out, and then we'll throw everybody's comments up as we're leaving. So they say
Okay.
bye and acknowledge that they were here.
Yes.
So we'll see you guys later.
All right.
This public service announcement is brought to you by Rotten Studios. Remember, no contact is the road to freedom.